Hello, very good evening. Welcome along to the live stream. It's 5 o'clock on the Sunday. It's probably the hottest day of the year so far, actually. We've got the sun absolutely streaming through the window, this particular part of Staffordshire. Hope everybody is well and raring to go. And we'll prepare for another evening of Train Sim World 6 action. Good evening to the great Croydon company, London. I think you've posted a few messages so far. Good evening to Andy. I hope you're well, and let us get started. Last week's championship was confined to 3 runs, starting with an RHTT working into Euston on the West Coast Main Line. Rachel's Champion's Choice, which saw us taking a veteran loco in Germany on Dresden-Leipzig with tankers, great fun it was too, and a Class 805 to Crewe. Rachel swept to victory, leads overall with 7 wins. Dom, who has 4, was in second place, although I recall a football-related injury had taken place. Thanks as ever for the participation. This week we are concentrating on the new DLC released in the last 2 weeks and the new mods that have been released on Train Sim Community. So kicking things off with the new Great Western Railway Farewell HST pack, an early morning service from Reading to Paddington. Sir Kenneth Grange looking in fine fettle. Then it's the OTS, West Coast Main Line South 2019 timetable, and a short Class 90 operation from Primrose Hill, I think it started from Felixstowe originally, to the large expansive yards at Wembley Willesden. Then after Champion's Choice we are back on West Coast Main Line again, South, and another service from the same updated timetable with a Class 350 from Euston to Milton Keynes. And then to finish things off, a further look at Naya Phase's 2019 timetable for Preston Carlisle and a Virgin Voyager service which we will take over at Preston and travel on through the delights of the Lake District before ending our journey at the stream at Carlisle. Good evening, Azza. I think I've said hello to Andy, haven't I? Good evening, Jumbo Train 2006. Hope you are well. And hopefully, Azza was saying something about the static on the microphone. I hope it's all right now. Nice introduction shots, says Azza. Hopefully... thank you very much for that. Hopefully the microphone's all right now. Good evening, Amaze Taze. And good evening to Rachel as well. And as a super excited, good evening, Concord. Hope you are all doing well. So let's get the game set up and we can get driving. Yeah, let me know if the microphone's all right now. You've got these little weird oddities there. I don't know whether it might just have been, perhaps my phone was a bit too close to the microphone or something stupid. So hopefully it's all things are all right. I'm fine, Jumbo. Hope you are too. Good evening to... oh, we've got another Josh, haven't we? And good evening to Joshua. Hope you're well. And good evening to... well, I don't know whether I should call you OTS, Josh, but we can differentiate between the two. So, yeah, good to see you. We've got a couple of your runs as well from your timetable in. Ah, that's good then, Azzy, yeah. So that's all right then. I'll say I don't know whether the phone was just too close to the microphone or something stupid. So hopefully, yeah, we're all right. That's great. So we'll get underway then with the HST. And as I was saying to Rachel earlier on, it doesn't really matter massively if you've got the GWR Farewell HST pack or not, because you can still do this run with, as long as you've got the remaster, then all things are good. Yeah, certainly is, Jumbo. Yeah, that's what we do every week on at 5 o'clock. Ah, that's brilliant news. Yeah, over 10,000. Yeah, no, well deserved. And as we've said before, it's just so good. And I think everybody on the stream would completely agree that it's without doubt the best timetable that there is there available for the game. It's just absolutely superb. It's just got better and better now with the introduction of the 90 scenarios as well. Yeah, that's right. I mean, we started off with the one on the sort of the title shot, 43002, which of course was repainted into the original HST liveries from the 1970s and the early 80s. So we've got Sir Kenneth Grange to take us into Paddington. It's about a 30-odd minute run. So we need out there at the top anyway, Great Western Express. And always confuses me which timetable, but it's the 2017 one. So we'll do 43002. But I say any service will actually get you into Paddington. So 1L08, so the 0729. So it's come from Swansea originally. Oh, okay. Oh, well, not to worry. Well, the thing is, Josh, it's it doesn't really matter because everybody's kind of in the same boat. Right, you chose the Welshman since it's from Swansea. Yeah, it's a good idea. I like it. I love the fact that we've got Geraint Thomas there as well, named. I think that's great. Tour de France legend. Good evening, Andrew. Yeah, bang on time. You sound stuffed with cold. No, I'm not. I'm perfectly fine. I always people have said to me over the years that I talk down my nose a little bit sometimes, but no, I'm as right as rain. Right, Okay, right, here we go. I'll get things set up. I've actually put together some clips for doing a kind of a review style video for this pack, but I just haven't edited that bit of it yet, so I'll try and get that done over the next couple of days whilst it's still fresh. Actually, just make sure on yeah, DSD isolated, so we're okay there. We've got a HSD coming in. I just feel as though it's kind of it's a reskin pack, but it's kind of more than that, and it's very, very nicely done. We are waiting until 07:31 before we get going. Kind of nice, even the texturing on the nameplate. Jumbo Train says, Thomas Friends, Wonders of Soda out now. Yeah, so I believe, so I believe. Glad to hear it got stopped at Paddock. Emergency breakdown, I was held on a red. Okay. We're getting out at the same time as the 165 over there, or 166. I forgot what it is now. Good evening, Scooby. Yeah, you're right. It's kind of there's been so much out the last few weeks, so yeah, it kind of does belong in that category. Agree with you. It's sort of it's just impossible to fit everything in, really. So I kind of wanted to do this because it came out last week, and then a couple more on those modded timetables, really. I won't. I've just checked that I'd done that. That did say normal, didn't it? So I don't know what it's talking about. I won't be buying the Thomas the Tank Engine Jumbo, I'm afraid. It's I'm kind of slightly in the wrong age group for Thomas the Tank Engine nowadays. Yeah, I think there will be mixed reactions, I think, to it, Concord. There's no doubt about it. It won't be everybody's cup of tea because but it's nice liveries. But I do love the scenarios that come with it, and I had a bit of a play with the Old Oak Common Depot one yesterday, and it was quite good fun actually. With you, you've kind of got a fairground there going on. You've got a wheel there as well, and there's a bit of manoeuvring involved, and then eventually you couple up to the train and then take it into Paddington. So I quite like that. I love the fact that you've got the Spitfire that we saw the other night, and the final day one as well. I'd like to see a full 2019 timetable. Yeah, absolutely, Concord. Yeah, I agree with you. I think one or two people will certainly, and I think have done, and not surprisingly, pull the face at the fact that it is $12.99, which is fair enough. Yeah, so I believe Jumbo. Yeah, I mean, as a youngster growing up, I certainly remember the Thomas stories. And I remember having a book by the Reverend Audrey, who wrote all the original Thomas the Tank Engine stories. And Henry Needing Special Coal, I seem to remember, was the first one I ever read. Good evening, Pete. Hope you're well. Tell you what, the game looks absolutely stunningly lovely in April, and I mean, I know you can kind of select the time period whatever you're doing it really, but I tend to, more often than not, I tend to just go with whatever month it is currently. But spring sunshine looks absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, it'd be nice if we could be certain that with the 387 we're going to get a full 2019 timetable to go with it. Because if there's no timetable and just a couple of scenarios, it would be a bit of a swizz really. Right, we're finally overtaking the stopping service there. Ah, right, fantastic. Yeah, yeah, it was absolutely lovely. And we were actually planning on sitting outside for Sunday lunch, but it was the one time of the day when the sun went in. But it's come out again nice now. It was certainly lovely when I took the dog earlier on. Absolutely gorgeous day. Ah, right, you're Australian, are you, Jumbo Train? Excellent. I think that's the first time we've had an Australian on the stream. So welcome, by the way. Correct me if I'm wrong if you've been on before. I kind of forget these things sometimes, but yeah, welcome. And if you haven't done it before, then if you consider liking and subscribing, I'd be tremendously grateful. All right, excellent, Pete. If you don't mind me asking you, how much a month is that costing you? Yeah, that would be nice, Andy. I mean, even to be honest with you, I'll be quite happy though with the original completion to Richmond to begin with. Yeah, I thought you might like the 387 pack. And yeah, I mean, even if you can only drive the... I mean, presumably you will only be able to drive the electrics to Hayes and Harlington, because that's as far as the wires go. Yeah, it'd make it even more busy. I mean, it's already one of the busiest. I mean, this is kind of the quieter end of the line, isn't it? But once you get into the last few miles into towards Paddington, it just feels super, super busy. I mean, it's going to be a quietish time now because we've had such a lot really over the last few weeks, and I think Crew Preston's going to be presumably not very far away, but that and the Richmond extension, and I don't know what else really is coming out. Yeah, but it's not as much as 16.99, but we'll find out, won't we? And I don't know. It's one of those things where I don't know whether that's literally just around the corner or whether it's going to be a little while off. Oh yes, Trent Valley, how could I forget? Yeah, and that was obviously last month. That was on the 3-month roadmap, wasn't it? So that's... I've kind of got it in my mind. I've had it for ages that that's going to be June. I'll try and remember that we're going downhill here, and so I'll hover about 1, 2, 3. Right, £45 per month for 6 months, then £55. Worth it considering my last provider pretty much doubled my price to nearly £50 for unreliable. Right, okay, now that's not bad, is it, actually? Yeah, well, we've got the Class 90. Yeah, we definitely need the Class 91 jumbo, that's for sure. Yeah, you would imagine so, wouldn't you? And let's be honest, with Crew Preston and then Milton Keynes to Crew, then we're going to have some really good long runs possible, which beyond you know, you think obviously even only 12 months ago, you know, suddenly you've gone from having Euston to Milton Keynes on the West Coast Main Line to having Euston to Carlisle in one failed swoop. It needs an upgrade, and I mean, Alan Thompson posted a video himself when it came out, and he said that it's the wrong release build, which seems to be the perennial excuse. But I think they didn't even know what release build they released with the 90. So the sounds aren't great, but there are issues for, I think, for console users, even with the AWS and the DV, the Vigilance device, where you can't put them on at all, I think, for consoles. But you can do it for PC, but you have to kind of do a little bit of a workaround. You're not going to touch the grass all month when that comes out. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? All right, there you go. Each month referral will get me and them at month free. Oh, that sounds good. We do, Joshua. Yeah. That would be, I mean, that is doable, isn't it? You could have Milton Keynes to Birmingham New Street. Yeah, if you could kind of fit in via via Northampton as well, then take you through Coventry, Birmingham International, and Birmingham New Street, then I think everybody will be really excited. Yeah, Train Sim World 7. Well, it'll be out this year, won't it? It'll be. I mean, it's not been officially confirmed, of course, but we're going to get the usual dovetail direct thing in August probably, and then the actual release in September. And I think it was kind of like June, July last year when they kind of said, well, rather than wait until dovetail direct, we'll actually confirm 100% that But we all know that Trains in World 7 will have been worked on for ages. Yeah, it would be. I think that would be definitely in your list, and yeah, I'd be really happy with C2C. And I think Great Eastern Main Line, East Coast Main Line, South, they'd all would be good routes. Bristol, Wales, but any London terminal route you'd be happy with? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I noticed there was I have installed it on Creators Club, but I haven't worked out which train it's actually from. But somebody's done a nice reskin that looks quite like the 730, along with the corridor connection thing in the middle. So it looks quite suitable. I've got a feeling it's come from the 377 or the 375, but I've not worked it out definitively yet. Yeah, well, Trains in World 8, yeah, well, who knows, but I suppose we better get 7 out of the way first. You wouldn't like the 197 Concorde, yeah. Yeah, probably so, Jumbo. Yeah, it's just a question of. I mean, I think I've heard it said that all aboard studios are a little bit fed up with doing the West Coast Main Line now. So I don't know. Again, I'm usually wrong with these things, but perhaps they could branch out and do. Now that they've got crew in there, modern day crew, then perhaps they could do the North Wales coast. But yeah, completely agree, Pete. Absolutely sick and tired of the wrong build, and it happens time and time again. Somebody said in the forums, it's like if it keeps happening to the extent that it does, then you know, you'd expect that people should be certainly have to explain it. Yeah, well, we've got quite a few of the 800s, haven't we? There's a kind of for PC users, you've got a modded one, the Timetable on Midland Main Line, although I think it could do with a bit more work on it, really. But we've got the 810, we've got the LNER, we've got the Great Western Railway one. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Josh, it's one of those things where you don't know whether that's kind of a definite fact or not. It's like one of those things that people reference in these forums, and then you kind of sometimes you take it as though it's fact, and the reality might be somewhat different. But I'm pretty sure that they did say on one of those Ritchie Rail interview things, which were quite interesting, where I think they said something along the lines of they've got everything planned out for the next couple of years. So it seems as though they're pretty full on. Yeah, well, we could end up with that 197. I mean, I wouldn't mind massively. I mean, I do love the fact, and we'll come to it when we do the Preston Carlisle, but I love the fact that you've kind of got a route that was built in the 80s, and then somebody's actually made the effort to get it on to modern standards, which is excellent. Yeah, 67, that would fit in nicely for certain routes already. You know, with the Manchester Airport commuter, we could do the 67, and there's kind of other uses for it as well. Yeah, Dominic says, oh, good evening, Dom, by the way. I can't remember whether I've said hello to you or not already. Hope you're well this week. No footballing injuries. Really rooting for York to come into the game. It's got to do, hasn't it? It's such an iconic place. Bristol Temple Meads just has to be in the game as well. A rant from Pete. The 197 awful train. It could be used as a court sentence. Guilty. You must spend 6 months travelling between Manchester and Holyhead. I like it. Well, I would hope so, Joshua. I would really hope so. And there is kind of the chance. I mean, the other option, which would delight me enormously, would be to do Milton Keynes to Manchester Piccadilly via Stoke. I mean, that's a personal preference. Right. Well, that changed to green. So. Yeah, the 76 would be a little fun one, wouldn't it, with the old Woodhead route, and we've had a couple of iterations of that in Train Sim Classic, and it's always been quite a fun train to drive. Yeah, I think I'm sure I've been on a 197, but it's, I think, only for a shortish section, I think. Ah, right, you cancelled your own motor car dealership, treated their partner as oh, well, at least you got it sorted then, yeah. Yeah, they strange people, car dealers sometimes. Yeah, definitely Concord. I mean, I would hope for a overhead, another overhead line. I would absolutely love for an overhead line, first gen EMU. I mean, it'll probably never happen, but I'd love to see a 310 or a 312 or a 304 even. Well, we've almost got a 159 with the 158. I mean, a 156 would be pretty popular. And yeah, 88s have been mentioned quite a few times, I think. And 88, 68 would be nice. Yeah, 92 would be useful. And we could have the Mark III pack in for the Mark V pack for the sleepers. That would be even better. Yeah, I remember you saying that was a few months back, wasn't it, Pete? Yeah. Oh, I nearly missed that 40. Just about got there. Yeah, I hope so. I think again the 455, and I know that they're going out now, but they've been such a intrinsic part of the railway network for some time that it would be excellent to see it in. The thing I don't get about the scoring with this is, I mean, we're going to definitely be early into Paddington. I mean, just why? Why does it penalise you for being early?
London Paddington. Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
I love this last section when you come into Paddington. I mean, to do that screenshot I did for the thumbnail, I actually had to pause the game here, and I thought I'll wait for that for the tube train to depart, so the Hammersmith and circle thing in the background, and then I thought we can get it in there. Oh yeah, Switzerland. Yeah, I think I've said before, but I went to Switzerland many years ago. On the trains with school, and that was lovely. We did quite a bit of travel about on the trains during the week. But built to Swiss perfection, I guess.
Passengers intending to travel on this service, please join the train now, as it is ready to leave.
Yeah, good to hear the announcements for Bristol there.
Great Western Railway service to Bristol Temple Meads, which is ready to leave.
Yeah, it sounds like they fixed the announcements properly now.
For safety, please be aware that some platforms at this station have no or only partial
9395 from Andy.
Once the train arrives, please mind the step from the platform onto the train.
Never think about like setting the tail lights on and stuff when we get to the destination. I should do, really, shouldn't I? But no, I always assumed you wouldn't get penalised. It seems a bit of a nonsense to me, because I suppose you could start to. I suppose if you're always early, but you're never going to be always early, are you? And you know, the signalman will deal with that. Fragrance, aircon, and comfortable seats, and punctual. Yeah. Well, it's almost a given, isn't it, that it would be punctual. Punctual. I don't know. I said that, punctual or something. I think I said. Right, so it's going to keep us waiting, I think, isn't it? Because I have locked the doors, but I think it's going to keep us waiting till the time, isn't it? Right, so we have some more scores coming in. So Amaze Taze is 9940. Let's get this right, actually. I nearly wrote 9395, which would have been unfortunate. So Andy was 9935. Amaze Taze was 9940. And yes, I think I said I repeated it wrong, didn't I? Yeah, as is waiting for the doors to lock, as am I. So I think we're waiting for the time to tick round, aren't we? Just out of curiosity, let's open and then shut them again. Sometimes that just does it. Ah, right. Australian trades, yeah. What part of Australia are you from, Jumbo? Heathrow connected the platforms as well. Look at that stupid thing where the 8 suddenly piles into the roof. Rachel was 9985. Yeah, cheers, Rachel. 9985. And Brian was 94448. Good evening, Diane. I think it was free to everybody, but I don't know whether there was certain consoles that it might not have been available for. Some people might be able to fill you in on that. Got another one going out now. Right, 2:12 a.m. Crikey, Jumbo, why are you awake? I'm kind of understanding why we don't get regular Australian viewers now. Have we got to wait till 8:02 for these doors to lock? Then I take it. Having a bit of a mare, is it? So we say unlock. It's a funny game sometimes. Yeah, wow. So you're wide awake at 12 minutes past 2 in the morning. Right, Azza has got 9904. Right, we finally got a score. Right, okay, and I'm 9873. So there was no speeding, which pleases me immensely. Safety systems, accuracy bonus, I presume, was slightly higher. Perhaps I was a few yards not quite into the platform, wasn't I? But I could have gone on a few yards more. Yeah, Azza is yeah, we've got that, haven't we? So I think we've got the scores in. Again. So actually I can check, can't I, if I go back to the oh, thank you very much, Jumbo. Yeah, much appreciated. Let me just go back to yeah, I think that should have done it, hopefully. But it'll take a few seconds to activate from your side, so should be all right. I don't know why these things happen now and again. So let's get the leaderboard sorted out. Yeah, thank you very much, Jumbo. Yeah, really appreciated. So, right, new round. So Maze Tase is 9940. Andy was 9935. Azza was 9904. So some good scores all round, I would say. Brian was 9448. Actually, I don't think we got Doms yet, have we? 9873 for myself. And Rachel was 9985. So we'll put those in so far. And hopefully that should read okay. Yeah, great, yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, hopefully we're back to back to normal now. Right, 9975, Dominic, yeah. Right, fantastic, yeah. It probably was just that few seconds when I disconnected for the VPN and then reconnected, so hopefully, yeah, you should be all right. So check on the scores then. So Rachel has taken the lead, but very, very little in it. And injury-free Dom now is just 10 points behind. And Maze Tay's not much in it at all. But then Azza's score, very, very close. And Andy as well. And I was slightly adrift. Brian finished in 7th on that, but again, you know, you kind of look at the scores overall and they're all really, really solid. So thank you very much as ever for taking part, and let's move on to round 2. Yeah, I'm glad you've all got the sound sorted. Yeah, the weird thing is, Maze Tay's, I've got no idea why. It's one of those weird little quirks, but I found that when I had that problem, I had to reinstall everything on my system. And I tried to, every time I went to go live, it was buffering and jumping about all over the place. The moment the VPN goes on, and there's only one particular VPN that works, it's solid and it's settled, and it's very strange because my brother's tested it out on his laptop and he doesn't need the VPN, but it just will not allow me to stream without buffering. It's very, very weird. Pete said that. Just remembered another gorgeous score girl from the 70s, Anne Aston, the golden shot. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, wow. That's even before my time. Yes, we've still got the squeaky chair. Yes, I think Train Sim World is going to be going on for a while yet. We hope. Let's hope so. Anyway, it'd be annoying if it ever gets abandoned. Then we would be left in the lurch. So for round 2, we've got a Class 9 team. So it's only a short one. This Primrose Hill to Wembley and Willesden. Of course, you could have carried on with part 2 and taken it all the way to Milton Keynes, but I thought as we did that last week, then we'll go with the shorter version for this week. Yeah, congratulations, Josh, on getting the plus 10,000. That's great news, and I think hopefully it just shows that people absolutely love it and really enjoying it. So what do we want? What was it? 4 Mike 81, I think. Yeah, definitely. And I suppose, I've no idea on sort of the finances wise. That's part 1, isn't it? How profitable everything is, and but you know, long may it continue. They did indeed, Scooby. Yet, sadly, as you know, there's no connection on TSW from Camden Road. Yeah, hopefully it won't be too long to wait for the fix, and really fingers crossed that they can improve the running sounds as well, because they're not brilliant. Right, so here we go. So the master key is there. And again, you just have to do it in the right sequence even for PC users, because it's not actually right. That's normal. And I've got a feeling there's still another one up there as well, isn't there? Is that? Or is that it now? Yeah, normal and normal, so that's okay. Right. I tend to not bother with this. I should be actually making the effort to put this in, shouldn't I? Let me just check. What is the... How do I check the length of my train? I thought it was on overview, wasn't it? Make sure we get some instrument lights on, and then somebody was correcting me as well that the headlights are that way for day. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how you find out. I thought it was an overview. Oh, wait a minute, it's there. Perhaps it's because I wasn't in the seat. So, right, 646 yards. Okay. Which is, let's have a look. What's that in feet? 646 yards in feet is 1938. Yeah, there we go. Right, so we need right train length. Press enter. 1938. Yeah, well, maybe 2 yards out, but I think it'll do it. I don't know if there is a switch button on here, is there? Not sure. Yeah, oh, right, okay, yeah. Don't think we're a million miles off anyway. Oh yeah, help if we went into forward, wouldn't it? So we are going downhill here, so we've got to be a little bit on the cautious side. We've also got a double yellow. Oh, we've changed up to green as well. Good night, Jumbo. Yeah, hope you sleep well. Well, there's a 378 coming down below us there. Yeah, again, quite long, very, very long. Again, proper prototypical. But thanks for joining us, Jumbo. Yeah, hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, they really need to kind of get the agreement to use the sounds off. Oh, are we holding up the flying banana here? But yeah, thanks for joining us, Jumbo. Yeah, I hope you've enjoyed it, and perhaps we'll see you again sometime. You night owl. Yeah, it's kind of like we have had Armstrong Powerhouse sounds used before, and I don't think AP have ever been involved in the mixing with them, but they have managed to use them. So I think they basically just supplied the sounds and then DTG have stuck them in. And kind of to better and worse effects. I mean, the 37 ones didn't seem to be particularly well appreciated, although they were AP sounds. The 465, in contrast, people were quite pleased with. At 2:31 a.m. Wow. So, do you work at nights, or are you just having a bit of trouble sleeping then tonight? I mean, I think I've said this before, and I've probably said it every time I've driven it so far, but I quite like I don't mind the sounds as we're heading out, and just speeding up the very early part, but it's once you get up to a proper speed, it just sounds a bit rubbish. Yeah, they were pleased, and again, we were talking about Sam on the last stream, weren't we? Old Colonel Failure, when he was with DTG, and I remember him saying, he says, I know we haven't got a great reputation for sound, so let's see. He says, you might be disappointed, but we'll see what they're like. And of course, actually, they turned out to be really good. Polty Vaporetto Sim, yeah. Oh, there we go. Well, you never know. You seem to have sims for everything these days, don't we? We can do lawn mow, we can do farming, boats, ships, you name it. Now we're getting a little bit of speed, we might see the full length of the train. Yeah, we were saying Thursday, weren't we? He was pretty good, was Sam. Can't you be a goat in this set? Probably can. You can do just about everything, can't you? We need for our dog, we need a West Island White Terrier sim as well, to create the characteristics of a Westie. All right, that's your YouTube channel, is it, Jumbo? Yeah, I'll have to have a look. I might have to jot that down, which I'll do in a second, but let me just concentrate on getting to grips with these signals. There is such a thing, though. I wasn't sure whether you were definitely serious goat sim. I'm fairly certain there won't be there'll never be a simulator replicating my job. And again, you just see how busy this is. You know, we talked about the ATS timetable to infinitum, but you can see all these trains rushing through, which is marvellous. We'll get down to 15 anyway, because that's what we've got to do. Right, what's this then now? Yeah, that one on the left's... Yeah, that is yellow, isn't it? We're okay. Goat sim. I love it. I'm so off the mark with games in general. I remember actually one of the golf sims, and I can't for the life of me remember which one it was now, but we did have a PlayStation at one time, and I can't remember which PS it was now, but I remember we got one with the Augusta National on for the Masters, and I never actually, to my shame, never got round to actually driving it. Oh, I haven't quite got down to the 10 in time. That's annoying. Yeah, it'd be more demanding than you would think, Pete. So we'll crawl into our remaining 0.6 of a mile. Got to try the grey one for a change. Is there a speed set on this thing? I couldn't remember. Oh, of course there is, yeah. I'd forgotten. I'd completely forgotten that there's a speed set. Yes, of course there is. Silly me. It's amazing you can like drive it or not drive it for a few days, and then you forget that these things are on there. So Brian is first in. Oh, we've passed McVitie's, have we? I always forget exactly where it is. Brian is first in with 1126. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, that's right. And of course, I know what the buttons are with R and F. Rachel, I'd hate to live stream with you watching. Yeah, well, you'll have to give it a go. So we're going to crawl our way to the end. By the way, with Wembley being in the background there, I've got a little bit of a plan for the day after the FA Cup final this year. I think what we'll have for that Sunday stream is I'm going to do a knockout competition on that day. So we'll have hopefully we'll have quarterfinals, semi-finals, and a final. So we'll pick the numbers out like we would do in an FA Cup draw, and you can go head to head with each other. And I thought just be something different for that particular weekend. Andy is 11:44. Right, be like sitting and driving tests. I like it. Azza is 11.89. You're never going to get huge scores for such a short run, but great fun to do these services. And Rachel is in at 11.45. So hopefully we can just crawl towards the very end. Pete, Rachel, you remind me of strict teacher at Ormskirk Grammar School that would give you a thrashing for improper use of a punctuation mark. Oh, it's funny. I like it. So we're not too far off from the end. Dominic is 11.62. So yeah, it looks as though Azza's got the mark at the moment. Amaze Taze is 11.60. There we go. It's nice sedate speed to get down to. That was a really good run. Enjoyed that. So Maze Taze 11.60, and then we'll hang on for me in a second. There we go. But yeah, another fantastic one. 11.08 from me. That was courtesy of that little bit of speeding. So that's a bit annoying, isn't it? 35 points knocked off. So if I'd kind of remembered that, then I would have been roughly par with everybody else. But yeah, great score there from Azza. I think you take the round without doubt. Yeah, it's hopefully these little bugs will be sorted out, and it's all a bit of a nonsense, this thing about releasing the wrong release builds, and you know, I'm not saying that's Alan Thompson Simulation's fault, but it just seems to keep happening. Really have to get my Polty out. The missus has given me her evil but beautiful Welsh Italian eyes back soon. There we go. Right, so back to the old scoreboard, and let us load that back up. So what do we need? We need another round, new round, round 2. So Maze Taze was 11.60. Andy was 11.44. Confusing me actually, because I must get me the list that I write it down on back to being properly alphabetical, because it's slightly different than the list as I'm putting them in on the screen. Azza is 11.89. Brian was 11.26. Dom was 11.62. And I was 11.08. And then Rachel was 11.45. So hopefully that's about right, I think. But yeah, well played to Azza for winning the round there. So I think that means that very, very slenderly by 7 points, but Dominic takes the lead, and so 37 points only separating first and third, and then Azza moves up to fourth, only 7 points behind Amaze Taze, and then just 14 points difference to Andy, and then a little bit further adrift for me and for Brian, but some good scores all round. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we're waiting on Rachel for that, aren't we? Of course, it's come around a bit sooner in the stream than it normally does, but that was courtesy of just this being a short run. So we'll wait on that in a sec. All right, Man City 2-1. You kind of had that feeling, didn't you? You kind of had that feeling that Man City are going to win that. I just think that if Man City win today, that they will win the title because they're a game in hand, and then they're going to be the favourites, aren't they? And I know people have been saying for a long time that Arsenal sort of bottle jobs and all that, but you've kind of felt for a while they've been sitting uncomfortably at the top of the table. Right, back in a sec. Oh, 100%, Azza. I mean, that's always been the intention. Of probably more likely to do a 350 on the basis that there is such a thing as a Crew to London Euston service. So, yeah, can't wait for that. Oh, that's worked out well, Rachel, because that means that fits in with Scooby's request, saying about all the new stuff. And then we've got something for Medway Valley, so that'll be nice. 6 Victor 07 0658. So Medway Valley class 66. Excellent. Yeah, definitely. I think we'll be doing 100%. We'll be doing a Pendolino run and a 350 run dead soon, and also we'll be able to do a Crew Basford Hall to Wembley as well, which kind of feels neat because we're not going to be stopping at the end of the station. We'll be starting from a freight yard and we'll be ending in a freight yard, which will be brilliant. Yeah, I think for me too as well, actually. Yeah, I think we all are. I mean, I remember all the excitement when it first came out, and then when we had Preston Carlisle, and I think I remember Amaze Taze saying at the time it was like it'd be great if we could do kind of longer runs and more of the West Coast Main Line. So it will be a thing, and it will be soon. Oh, better not be leaderboard off. Yes. So, and again, you know, much as I've loved the Medway Valley already, I've not really had a chance to play on it since we did the stream the other week. So it'd be good to do that. Right, Medway Valley. This will take us up to the half-time break. So 66. Shall we do the GBRF one, I think, or I don't know. No, I'm going to do the DRS one. what do we say, 6 Victor 07, which is the drive this wait a minute, have we got the right one selected there? Drive this loaded aviation fuel train from grain oil terminal. Now I'll try and remember for once to actually make a note of the length on it when it loads up. Dom says, yeah, the 66 would have been better on a passenger service. Yeah, I think I'm the same really. But it's a great little route to keep going back to. I don't know. They cancelled it and then they keep teasing us with Metro Rivals coming out in 2026. I mean, how long does it take to get rid of these adverts? That seems very counterintuitive. Ah, okay, yes, of course. Right, so 405 yards. And that is 1,215 feet. Jumbo Trains YouTube channel. Whilst I'm thinking about it, let's write it down. Oh yes, nice tankers. That's good. That nice to see some tankers. Right, let's get this whole thing set up. So train length. So what did I say? 1215. 1215. So we've done that, and then down to put that in, and then the brake timing. There we go. We should be good. We don't want night running. We want day running. Oh, excellent. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll see. You'll see the other end of it. Yeah. It's nice hearing fast train approaching on the platforms for non-stopping trains. Yeah. Yeah. Scooby was saying. Oh yes, of course. Going back, Rachel. Yeah. Of course there was. We had a vote, didn't we, as to whether we wanted actually I should check my signals as well, shouldn't I? Don't think we've got any immediate signals, so we must be alright, I think. Just get the brakes on. That was always the problem at one time when I first started driving this train. I'd be straight into trying to get into full power, and of course you couldn't really move anywhere. Is there a signal? Oh, I see, there's a signal. Yeah, just behind us. Yeah, got it. Yeah, this looks pretty impressive. And this is the thing. I think it's great to get the input of other drivers and players, and I think this is why the Champions Choice is really, really good, because it enables us to branch away from sort of other routes and do other stuff, and perhaps things that I might not just have thought of, which is great. I just love the sounds as well with a heavy freight train like this. The good thing is, I mean, we're 20, but we've got no chance of breaking the speed limit. Nice time of the day as well, early sort of morning glow to it as well, the orange glint on the track, which is lovely. Good evening, Southwestern. Yeah, hope you're well. Okay, yeah, Brill, yeah. I think it's all finished then. So, do you think too that Man City? I mean, it's an obvious thing to say, isn't it? But I think it's kind of the thing. A lot of people will conclude that Man City are going to go on to be champions. I mean, I know with a Chelsea supporter in the stream and a Tottenham supporter, it wouldn't be the thing to say. But I've always said, personally speaking, I'd be quite happy if Arsenal won the title, because it'd be a bit different. Yeah, there's some lovely views, isn't there? If you just get the timing right, and I mean, a lot of the ones I tend to pick tend to be more daylight. But if you can get the this lovely glow, it's absolutely beautiful. Good evening, Andrew. Sorry, I've only just seen you there as well. Mr. Shortbread Express himself. Hope you're well. Yeah, good to see your videos. I think you've been taking you and your partner out quite a bit on some train journeys. So glad to hear that she likes the trains as well. Excellent, Pete. Yeah, well, there's loads of teams with issues like that, isn't there? Same with Leicester City and, of course, poor old Sheffield Wednesday as well. So in terms of... yeah, it's about a 17-mile run, isn't it? It doesn't give us an end timing, which I'm always quite happy about, because it can't tell you off if you're early or late, really. Scooby, anyone heard the joke? Arsenal. I mean, 2 weeks ago, oh, how long ago is it now since the League Cup final or the Carabao Cup final? It's only less than a month ago, isn't it? They were up for 4 trophies at that time, and it's all gone. Well, I suppose they could still win 2 technically. What you mean? Sort of Southwestern, like close but not quite getting to success in the end. Oh, excellent! Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. I mean, you know, if you can find, you know, I'm not kind of saying this is an exclusive. Well, it certainly isn't. But if you can find a lady who's also interested in travelling about the train, then it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, well, perhaps this will be the And I've been waiting a lifetime to watch an England senior team win a major trophy. I've watched we've seen the England under 21s, the men's win the Euros twice now, the reigning champions. We've seen all the younger teams winning the competitions, but and we've seen the England women's team winning the Euros twice, but for England, it's not in my lifetime. West Brom should be relegated purely on location. Next year might be going to Malay. Yeah, it's I loved it when we went camping and I know for a fact we're pronouncing this wrong because I called it Arisage and I know it's nothing like that, but we were very, very near Malay, so we took the train from Malay only on a 156, but from Malay to Fort William, and we also took the McBride, whatever they were called, ferry as well across to Skye as well, which was lovely. Yeah, I heard it, Rachel. Let me just I've got a suspicion that no, I don't know, I think it might have been me headset, but it certainly went off a couple of times. Sometimes it doesn't quite stretch the cable. Now this is a pesky little 15 mile an hour here, isn't it? I really must go on the steam train one day as well. I've said before, but I have got off the Caledonian Sleeper twice actually, and seen it ready to go off to Fort William, but unfortunately they were full up. At least we're on level ground here as well, which is kind of doable. Yeah, Caledonian McBride. Yeah, absolutely, which fits in very nicely. We've always said, myself and my brother, with having a Westie, although he's never been to the West Islands in his life, we feel as though we've got to take him there one day just so that he can experience his natural setting, as it were. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's and it doesn't stop at Birmingham New Street, does it? But it's diverted, especially via the Birmingham International. I remember watching probably the Jeff Marshall video. I think he managed to do it a couple of times before anybody else. Right, we're at Strood. Okay, yeah, lovely. To be honest with you, Andrew, I completely forgot you could do it when we did the stream. I meant to do it. I think you can only do it in the 375, but I must do it next time we drive a 375. Remind me on. It's a long old train, isn't it? And again, on a spring morning, is there nothing better than this? You know, being in. I mean, they call this the Garden of England, don't they, Kent? So, yeah, there couldn't be anything nicer. Hauling a dirty old tanker train as well. Well, you can technically call the signaller with actually. Oh, it doesn't even work on this one, I don't think. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, what am I doing? I don't think it works on this particular one I've selected. Put fresh air on. But with the 375, you can actually talk to the signaller. Oh, right. Tucking and camping, going away to the motorhome, second week of May to Cornwall, maybe home for the weekend, depends on the weather and if I want to go home. No, I've missed that, Rachel. Is that... that's in the comments, is it? On... Yeah, I think Azza and Pete might be falling out. Do. Oh, right, have I missed it? Oh, yeah, you mean about your camping? Yeah, sorry, yeah. Talking to camping, going away in the motorhome, second week of May to Cornwall, maybe home for the weekend. Depends on the weather and if I want to go home. Right, fair enough, yeah. Second week of May. Yeah, that'll be quite soon now, won't it? Oh, well, that'll be an excellent time. But yeah, well, I'm sure you'll remind us if you're the champion the week before, then you've either got the choice. Then you could either perhaps let us know during the week, or you know you could kind of reserve it for when you come back. Absolutely, mate. Yeah, I know. Good old Smethy, yeah. You've worked out how to put lights on, Andrew. Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, no, that's great. Now, I was just thinking for a second. I was kind of half expecting you'd sent me a message and said there's a particularly bad red signal to look out for at the end of the run, but maybe there will be. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, you know, I do appreciate as well when you know, anybody's on holiday, then you might well be doing other more joyful things than you know, wanting to watch the stream. You might be on a nice long walk out in the countryside or whatever, but it's absolutely fine. Whatever you manage to do, it's up to you. Ah, okay, yeah. Say, Smethwick Golden Bridge is an interesting one as well, because it's kind of got the different lines, hasn't it? And I think when I went to Severn Valley Railway last time, I think that's where I changed that. You went upstairs for a Kidderminster train, so it's quite interesting. The thing that amazes me, actually, that I mean, I think Smethwick Rolfe Street's been there since time immemorial, but there didn't used to be a station at Smethwick Golden Bridge. I think the junction was there, but I think your only option if you were going to Kidderminster or something like that would be to go to Birmingham New Street at some point in the past. Walking around like a headless chicken trying to board to get on the Birmingham bound train was a nightmare. Oh my god, yeah, it's a cesspit. Ah, excellent, Andrew. Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, in theory, it doesn't sound too bad, does it, Rolfe Street? Because you've kind of got the trains heading towards New Street and the trains heading away. All right, fine, yeah, yeah. Well, like I say, we'll see how things go. I mean, it might be, you never know, it might be an eventuality that doesn't crop up, but we'll work it out anyway. So we've got May Day, haven't we, before then? Right, yeah, it's a lovely little sedate way of seeing Kent with this route in the 66. I don't know, Andy, to be honest. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing a video where there was a junction there of some description. But I don't know that you'll probably know more about the line than me. Ah, excellent, Andrew. When's that then? That sounds quite interesting. I'm a bit silly sometimes. I live down the road from Crewe, and you know, I don't go these things. When is that? Let's get a bit of speed up. We don't want to trundle along at 35 mile an hour when we do 45. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's really nice to do. Really pleasant, and you know, not fast, but yeah, nice little sedate, pleasant run. I like that. I told my last employer to stop sending me to Birmingham to appraise and purchase performance cars. I never approved any. They were wrecked or had dodgy VINs or history. Yeah, well, I always think about that with when we're insuring plant, and it's like, it hadn't got a VIN plate on it at all. You think, you sure this didn't come off the back of a lorry or something? Which, okay, probably most plant actually does, but you know what I mean. I'm waiting for the moment when something like this, somebody pops up and they'll say, "Hello, I'm from Smethwick, and I'll have you know it's a lovely place." I always feel with the 66, the horn, that I feel as though it should be just a lot louder. I mean, it perhaps does sound like they're in the cab, but are we actually, are we supposed to come from the oil terminal, or are we heading towards the oil terminal? Ah, right, cheers, Andrew. Yeah, for some reason, work on the train soon. Okay, I don't know why that is, Andrew. 29th of May. Right. A weekend down at Crewe going on a day out at Holyhead via Landfair Go Go Go. I'm not going to try and pronounce it. Yeah, well, most people do, to be honest, Pete. Yeah, there's a great opportunity for it, Asa, because I mean, that's one line where they wouldn't have to extend it to put the Camp Hill line in. I mean, it's already there, so you kind of hope that might be doable. Ah, right, there we go, Andy. Yeah, opened in 1995 along with Jewellery Quarter and the Hawthorns, replacing Smethwick West, which remained open until 96 but only served once a week until closure. So was the that loop off the West Coast main line there before the station? I've got a feeling I've seen it in a video, but it might be, I don't know exactly when. Yeah, fingers crossed. No, that'd be good, actually, if we could have that in at some point. You kind of assume that whoever built the cross city line in the first place presumably intended to put the Camp Hill line in, but like most things in DTG, seem to run out of time. Ah, is this the DHL depot on the right? I've been driving this route up and down, and I keep missing the DHL depot. I don't know why I should be so bothered, but it's just the fact that for once we've got... Oh, that's annoying. That is really annoying. Well, that was indeed that. I was really enjoying that. So I think it's going to be an early half-time cuppa for me. So I can't really load it up and do the other 30-odd minutes. So it's just one of those things, isn't it? It can happen sometimes. Luckily, it doesn't seem to happen very often, but that's quite frustrating. So I'll let you... I'll have to do a 0 on that. And in theory, who knows, I might go back and do it some point in the week. But that's kind of knocked me out for now on that. But hopefully you can let me know the score. So I'll go away and make the halftime coffee, and then we can carry on with the rest of the schedule. It's quite rare, really, for the game to just completely dump on a run, and on a short one like that, it's funny, but it's like the most stable route we've got. Pete Evans, my missus is Welsh. Oh, he's deleted it. But she can't say Lanfair. I saw that bit. Oh well, never mind. These things happen. Worse things happen at sea and all that. So I'll go make the coffee and I'll be back in a second. Right, somebody say it's buffering. Gap. I've restarted it again, so hopefully should be okay. Right, so what have we missed then? Yeah, I've been missing assets. I don't know why they should be. And I can't see why there would be a conflicting mod. There is something I installed. I think it was some logo thing at Tonbridge. So you never know. It might be something daft like that. Because I've probably put that in since the last time I run it. So you never know. Yeah, Pete, my Welsh missus can't say I'm English, and you can. Oh, well done. Oh, what you need to do then is, Andrew, if you could do it, although I seem to remember you saying your nan could do it, you'll have to do a recording and put it on the Discord of saying it in full. Yeah, yes, this is the thing, isn't it? Right, so how long ago, a longer way are you, roughly, in terms of the end of the journey? I'll probably just start the game up and prepare for the next run, I think. I mean, I could never tell with the messages. I kind of know if it's buffering from my side because when I look at the OBS Studio, I get like I can see whether there's any drop frames, and if it's a really steady rate, then I know that things are okay, and it does look pretty steady actually. Oh, excellent, Pete. Yeah. Oh, that'll be good. Oh, I might be able to play it in on the stream then before the end of the. Right. Okay. 8 miles. So we're going to be slightly out of kilter then here, aren't we? Which is a shame, but it doesn't really massively matter. But I'm going to move on so that we've got at least a bit of continuity on the stream. Well, I could have done, but I'm just thinking it's going to be a long time to start it from the end, and then it could be, if there is a conflicting mod on there, I could do the same thing again, and the same thing could happen again. So, because I can't see any reason why it would have. It doesn't normally dump on me in the middle of a run like that. So we'll crack on anyway, and I could always put my score in at some point. I mean, I'm not in danger of threatening for the title, I don't think, at the moment anyway, am I? So it's kind of one of those, although I'm doing the driving that you see, it's kind of your scores that is kind of more important. But yeah, it's good to see that. That's probably why I noticed the DHL depot before before the game dumped. Yeah, well, this is it. Right, so we're back on to OTS 2019. So I did make a note that this is the 353. You never know. If there's still plenty of time at the end, I could have another go at it. So this one is 2 kilo 15. So this is going to confuse the hell out of you if you're driving the 66 still, and then you've got the 350 sounds going on. It's going to be all a bit weird. It's just a bit too long, isn't it? It doesn't matter. We'll catch up with the score, so it doesn't matter if we're slightly out of sync. But I've got to kind of fill up the 10 minutes. That's the thing. Okay. So just a question then, Pete. Do you mind? If I actually play it to the public? I mean, what I could do is actually find something that we could do for 10 minutes. But yeah, I'm going to play it anyway, Pete. So I hope you don't mind. Let's have a listen. Tell you what, let's find something that we can do for 10 minutes. That'll do us. We'll do a Willesden depot to Willesden Junction on the West Coast Main Line South. Let's try that. Could you hear that, by the way? I couldn't hear it very well through the headset, but I'll... Yeah, I need to play about with it. It was on maximum volume on there, but I'll have a look in a minute anyway. Let's try and get this thing done first. So we've got a little bonus run here. Oh, you have that funny thing, don't you, with this? You have to do it for the panel to be accurate. Where are we?
TPWS and AWS operational.
Yeah, I will. I'll say let's wait till we get to the end. I don't know if there's any faffing about with this. Shunt siding 1 and then Willesden Junction platform 2, so I don't know if we've got any reversing to do yet. We'll see. Let me let's go back to the... Yeah, it's definitely on maximum volume. Oh, it's... No, you can't hear it, but we've got the noise of the train going on as well. Yeah, absolutely, Andy. Yeah, it seems it's like, I mean, that's the ultimate embarrassment, isn't it? You've got the game cancelled, and then they're still advertising it. Now we'll see if we can manage this now. Oh, hang on.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Are we in the right mode? We might need to set ourselves up into electric mode. Dee. What's up with it now? What am I doing? Right, we're off. Okay. Yeah. The thing I find a bit funny about these strange shunting manoeuvres is sometimes you get a situation where the points change automatically for you, and sometimes you don't. I don't know, Andrew, is the short answer. No idea. Somebody suggested it might be just a mod that it just has decided it doesn't like. I mean, I did install, I think, some sort of... I think the only thing I've installed, as I recall, was a Tonbridge, some sort of logo at Tonbridge. So I can't see why that would be an issue. Oh, excellent. No, that's really good, Pete. Very, very impressed. We'll see if we can get it to... if we can't, I'll have to fiddle about with the file another time. So we're just really filling in time, because the problem is we don't want to start the next run too early, because people are still driving that run, so it puts us a little bit out of sync. Right, I think it's going to make us do the full 7 yards, isn't it, to the buffer stop. There we are. Right, okay. Right, so what have we got to do now then? Oh, shutdown we need. We're trying to shut down the cab, aren't we? So, master key out. Probably should be good here, and put our tail lights on, if I can remember where they are, which I can't. Oh, that's off. Air conditioning. Tail lights, yeah. Yeah, this is it. It's just weird though how it happens sometimes, Amaze Taze, and doesn't. I'm out of sync, that's why I don't wash a lot. They're fired if they're this late. You got this, bro. Oh, good evening, Nuffy, Talil. Yeah, I hope so. I should be walk through our empty train, which of course is perfectly correct for this time of the morning. And we are doing an empty little stop move. I bet this is going to end up taking about 20 minutes or something stupid, but I would pick something that was a bit complicated, but hopefully it's quite interesting to do. So we're still in AC mode at the moment anyway, aren't we?
TPWS and AWS operational.
No, daylight. So we'll put ourselves onto AC. Yeah, I certainly hope so, Nuffy Talil. Yes, indeed. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for watching as well. Much appreciated. All right, let's see if we can get moving forward from here now. I think it's, I mean, I don't do them very often, clearly, but it is nice to be able to do these small little moves as well. Yeah, well, exactly right. Oh, no, I couldn't give that up, Pete. You know, even if I was a millionaire and I won the lottery, I'd still be wandering into work because I love it so much. Right, we've gone past too far, haven't we now? Just realised, yeah. Right, okay. Right, now we're yes, absolutely, yeah. So let me just double check then right now. So where are we going now? So we've yes, we're on. Right, so I take it. Right, yes, I see. I've got it. I've got it. So we need to do this again then. Shut down. And again, we'll do the tail lights. Quite exciting doing stuff like this that I don't normally do very much. Right, we'll have a wander through. It always feels like you're getting hit in the face by that door sometimes. Yes, I maybe should have lowered the pantograph a little bit earlier, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, I just didn't notice the yardage. I really shouldn't have gone that far, should I? But ah well.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Right, daylight. So this time we need to say DC, and we'll put the shoes down. It is. He doesn't know anything about it. We were fine. I mean, actually, how far am I away? Because there's wires there. Yeah. Right, that's where the wires literally ended. Yeah, got you. All right, okay. How are you doing, Nuffy? And how long have you been doing it for? And another one to note down, actually. Is that the name of your channel? Just let me know the name of your channel, and then I'll remember to subscribe to you. And hopefully, I'm hoping. Oh, am I supposed to change points then? Oh, crikey, O'Reilly. Yeah, there's no way out here, is there? Isn't there? No, we're going back the same way. We need to be over there, don't we? I am indeed. I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, got you. Right, so we're in the right mode, but we're going the wrong way. Shut down. And then we'll put the tail lights back on. Right. This will take about an hour by the time we get to Willesden Junction. I hope the first service of the day is quite a way off.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. Now we're getting the right way. There we go. Sorted. It's like quite a labyrinth of yards, and I know some of these manoeuvres you have to actually alter the points as well. Like on the original Southeastern, getting out of Gillingham Depot, I seem to remember, is a bit of a nightmare. This takes us into the terminus platforms now, and again, not massively used very often, apart from these kind of early morning shunt manoeuvres. There we go. So that was that. We've got there in the end. We're fine. There we go. So that was that, and so that was a bit of fun with the manoeuvring, and we've got there with the end result. So have you completed your 66 run? That's the crucial question. That was still the West Coast Main Line South, actually. So just a little bit of a manoeuvring move. So you get like the early morning taking the train out from the depot. So that would have ultimately gone into service after that. Right, so you're virtually there at the finish. So that's worked out all right time-wise then, hasn't it? So whilst we've got that going, let's just have a quick playback with this. See if you can hear it now. Yeah, I think you could just about get that. So the question is, Peter, is that you, or is that an AI version of it, or that you've downloaded somewhere? Right, you've just gone past belt ring. Okay. So this is, sorry, Nuffy, it is Train Sim World 6, but as I say, it's the West Coast Main Line South. No, it's just because I was doing the 66 run, the Champion's Choice run on Medway Valley, and the game dumped on me about 3/4 of the way, or about halfway through, so thought rather than fill the time up completely with dead air, then I just did a quick manoeuvring run on the 10 minutes on the West Coast Main Line. Skill issue, Josh. So it took a little bit of working out because we went past the overhead line equipment with the pantograph still raised, but we got there in the end. Might have broken the pantograph, but you don't have to worry about these things. That is me. I'll post a video on Discord just to prove I'm not a robot with traffic lights and bicycles over my head. Very good. Oh, well, there we go. That's the first time that we've had a voice on the stream other than mine. So that's good. So I don't know whether you could all hear that time, but I'll say that the sound through the headset comes through a bit strange anyway, but perhaps with the train turned off, then more like a pantomime. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely right. Yeah, so you're kind of imminent, are you, with the scores? Again, just thinking about we could do with really cracking on with the next run, really. So I'll load the game up ready anyway. Right, didn't it come through? It came through on my headset, but it was quite low, so it might be that it's not transferring from Discord to the stream, perhaps. I don't know. But I'll probably need to download it or something like that, I would imagine. There are obviously settings as well within the Discord channel, so it might be that it's muted. Actually, thinking about it, because I think we had Seb, didn't we, once, who came on with his voice unexpectedly in the middle of the stream. Yeah, very heavy. It was good fun to drive. I did enjoy it for the bit whilst it was going. Yeah, something like that. That's not a bad idea, actually. Why not? I was going to write your score down there. Yeah, 2,041 tons. Yeah, I could load up the Forks timetable, Josh. Just joking. I'll put yours up. No, absolutely. No, I do understand. April Fool's Day was a while ago, Mr. Pete. Yeah, that is true. Right. Seem to be struggling towards Tonbridge with this weight, yeah. So I think that's the thing, isn't it? We kind of said, well, 10 minutes might be enough, but the reality was that it's taken a bit longer. So that's all with the weight behind you, isn't it? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's not a bad shout, actually, Josh. Yeah, I can't remember what time it was. I'll have a check on there, actually. Yeah, it's how it goes sometimes, isn't it? So it's the difference is, of course, if it crashes or dumps for you, then you know, you're not seeing it, are you? But so just check on the time of it, because I can't remember. So we're yeah, we're the 12:53. Okay, but we should be boarding at 12:51. So we'll say 12:41, or at least, of course, they don't do minutes, do the exact minutes. We'll say 12:40. Yeah, I do fancy giving it a run in the week and try and do the full run if I get the chance. Does it end at the oil? I can't remember where it said it was going to, or has it come from the oil terminal? Right, here we go. Let's have a look. So I have no idea what platform we will be going for anyway. 12:53, that's the one. So we're at platform 8. There are 378 waiting there. We're only a short train, but we'll go to the end of the platform so we can see what's going on. That's due out at 12:45, so that's due out before us. Something's coming out. That's that Pendolino there, isn't it? Right, ends at Tonbridge. Right, okay. Brian's first in with a score. Sorry about that, folks. 8-5-3-5. So I love the detail around this station as well. So keep an eye out for anything else that's on the move. We know that 378 is going to come in. So Rachel is 8498. Wow, Brian, you've beaten Rachel. Amazing stuff. That's great. That's fantastic. You do like your freights, don't you? When we had freight night, which was what, 2 weeks ago now, wasn't it? Then that was you definitely saw a difference in the scoring with your freight stuff. Dominic is 8515. And Amaze Taze is 8550. So I think that's looking like the winner so far. Who else have we got to do? We've got Azza and Andy, I think. Oh, we've got the Pendolino leaving here. You could literally just do a stream where there's no driving, and you could spend all day long at somewhere like London Euston just watching the trains come and go. It's just brilliant, lovely to see. And it's kind of one of those things that before TSW came along, it was like in your dreams sort of thing. This 2 miles to go for Andy. Yeah, Dom, thank you. I don't normally like freights, but that was a fantastic choice. Also happened to get my braking spot on for once. Yeah, great. So we should be getting the 378 coming out fairly soon, I think. Don't know what time it actually is at the moment. Marvellous, Josh.
Is not permitted on any part of the station.
Yeah, we just need... doors are still open. We can't be far off departure time, though. I think we've got... Oh, real adverts. Hang on. I think this is the 378. And Azza is 8545. Wow, that's a good score as well. So you were just 5 shy of Amaze Taze. So that's a good score. Yeah, well, I might literally, because I'll put the scoreboard up, I might just start it as it, just so as we can get going. But I'll start putting some scores in. This is our train anyway. We're driving 350, 377. So let's just go into the scoreboard. Yeah, I thought you'd be happy with that, Scoob. Right, okay. So we need new round. So Mace Tays was 8550. Andy was 8545. Some really good scores actually all round. Say just a shame. Sorry, Andy hasn't finished, has he? So that was Azza. I keep getting those two mixed up. 8545 for Azza. Brian was 8535. And Dom was 8515. So you've beaten both Dom and Rachel there, Brian. And Rachel was 8498. So we'll see how that shapes things up in terms of the scoring, with Andy still to come. But at the moment, Dom is out in front by 2 points. And that moves... well, Brian ahead of Andy at the moment, but we've still got his score. It's going to be touch and go, isn't it? I think, Brian, you might still be ahead come what may on that. Well, it has to happen sometimes, Rachel. Right, Andy is 8444. Cheers. Right, Andy is 8444. Where's me dog gone again? Andy is 8444. There we go. So that's literally, yeah, Andy's taking the lead from Brian, but yeah, some good scores. Really good. Really enjoyed that. Right, here we go. So I think I'm in the right train. Get started, yeah. So 2K15, yeah, this is the right train. So that's all normal and normal. So we should be all right there. Daylight. Yeah, that's fine, Dom, because it doesn't matter again if I'm in slightly early. Don't test needed. Yeah, very good. And we're still 4 minutes away anyway from our scheduled departure time. I'll tell you what, let's put it into neutral so that we don't keep getting the DSD going off every 2 seconds. I wish that we could find something with this game where it just doesn't have all this palaver when you press the 8 button, it'd be nice if it didn't just jump to the roof and you get all that scenario. There's so much glitching. So we are, just to confirm, so we're due off at 12:53. So we're calling at Watford Junction, Hemel Hempstead, Berkhamsted, Leighton Buzzard, Bletchley and Milton Keynes Central. Arrival due to be 13:46. Oh, we've got another 378 coming in. Hopefully we can see it. Probably see it better from the cab. Well, not overall though, because there is, in terms of the actual championship table for tonight, and as I say, just quickly to bring it back in, as you can see, there is still only 24 points difference between first and fourth, so incredibly competitive. I mean, as things stand, I think all 4 of you could win the title, and Andy's a possibility as well. It's probably the closest one we've had overall, I would say. This is London Euston, Andrew. So that 350 just leading from our side. So I presume we're more than likely going to be scheduled on the down fast on this one. Rachel must have had a sherry. There you are. There's confirmation of our stopping pattern. We just need announcements on this route, and it'd be really good to hear the announcements at Milton Keynes. We should get some announcements on board the service whilst we're en route, because Josh has put those in, because we're using the Crew Birmingham 350s, but I think there's a couple of stations where it doesn't do the announcements for. No, that is true, and you know, in a way, it's kind of good that you know, if you don't, in all honesty, which is it's nice to get a bit of variety. Yeah, it's kind of a change, isn't it? I haven't really done one of these 350 runs for an absolute age. Absolutely, Andrew, and that's the #1 difficulty. And I mean, the one thing that kind of driving in the game is different compared with real life is you're never going to go outside the cab, are you? In real life, you're always going to stick to the cab, and so it's slightly easier in that respect. Yeah, definitely. I think it still needs slightly optimizing in many ways. It could be slightly better optimized, but overall, it still remains my most favourite route. And you know, the fact it's going to be legendary when we can go up to Preston and Carlisle and do basically a full run. But I think some of the detail, I mean, we saw earlier on when we did the freight run from Primrose Hill, and the fact that you've got things like the roundhouse in the background, it's just unbelievable, because it's not massively, you can see it as you're passing, but just the detail, some of the buildings out of Euston's brilliant. Yeah, the Passengers has been broke for an absolute age, hasn't it? When it first came out, there was Passengers at Euston, but it was kind of semi-quiet, and it's never been officially confirmed. I don't know whether it's another route that broke it, or whether it was a deliberate thing, because they were getting so many people having problems with it that they decided, right, get ourselves into forward. To be honest with you, I don't really bother too much with Sunday tea. Personally, Andrew, I'm just kind of happy with having Sunday lunch, which is quite extensive, and then I'll have a bit of a snack when we finish, really. Yeah, Passengers announcements, and maybe just a little bit of a route optimization, and I would be more than happy. Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's so busy. It really is so busy, and you can't beat the West Coast Main Line for busyness. And then when you've got this amazing timetable that Josh is very kindly created for the benefit of us all, then it's just absolutely incredible. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, and the thing was for me. I've been playing Train Simulator going back to Microsoft Train Simulator days. So we've had London Euston in Microsoft Train Simulator. We've had it in Train Sim Classic, and then finally in Train Sim World. And this is the first time that we've had the Camden Roundhouse featured, and it was always mentioned on the. I've got a couple of cab ride videos where they make reference to it, so glad to see it in there. Don't worry, Azar, I'll lose them before you do. I'm quite sure about that. Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing, because I mean, I'll be brave enough to say really that it's kind of slightly the Trent Valley line is between Rugby and between Milton Keynes and let's make sure we get down to 40. Is kind of slightly boring, really, between Milton Keynes and Crewe in many ways, but having the fact that it connects up with Euston to Milton Keynes is just going to make it. Interesting that we're starting out on the slow lines as well. I kind of wondered whether we would get the fast lines, but maybe we will gain access to the down fast at some point before Watford Junction. Oh yeah, definitely right. Yeah, yeah. That's kind of what I'm looking forward to. And there'll be plenty of services that both Pendolino and 350s that stop at both Milton Keynes and Crewe. So there'll be plenty to get excited about. But I think, I mean, for argument's sake, if they brought out the Trent Valley first before, a bit like with Doncaster to Peterborough, if they brought out Trent Valley first and then said, well, we can't do Euston to Milton Keynes because it's just too busy, then there would have been again a minor uproar. So, and that's the point again, East Coast Main Line, as Scooby says, we definitely need that link filling in, and King's Cross, and hopefully with Moorgate included, would be just quite simply amazing. Yeah, the timetable, and also it's need quite a few people to give it a run as well, because it's kind of like what'll happen. What computers are going to crash? But it would be good in time if we can get to the situation where it's a bit like with when somebody did for Train Sim Classic did Bedford to Leicester. But also added in the original route, so it was quite exciting the first time to be able to drive through Bedford at speed. So it'd be the same thing. It'd be nice to drive through Milton Keynes at speed and not have to stop. Yeah, Moorgate would be, again, it would just be something quite exciting, heading out from Moorgate, doing the power change over at Drayton Park, and continuing on to Welwyn Garden City. I'm not saying, I don't think they'll put the Hertford loop in. It'd be good if they did, but at least if we could do the Welwyn Garden City services would be excellent. And that would be a good one to have for the weekend, a weekend timetable as well, because I think at weekends they go into King's Cross, don't they? So some order has been restored at the depot there after the shenanigans from me a little bit earlier on. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, that would be good. That's the other thing as well, and actually that's something you still can't properly do in Train Sim Classic, because you can take the tunnels, but we haven't got the proper connection. There's a little bit missing, I think. Yeah, they are indeed. I mean, I always, if I'm going from Stoke or from Crewe, I tend to try and generally, I more often than not, I've picked a non-stop service, which it's quite nice to do. All right, okay, right, gotcha. That's the thing of the past, is it now? At weekends, they go into Moorgate, do they? I've seen the old pictures, and again, it's kind of before my time, but I've seen the old pictures of at peak time. They used to use some really, really old sort of pre-British Rail stock in the 70s for the commuter runs, and they were all diesel hauled out of Moorgate. In it, Scoob. I don't know whether we're actually going to see any Class 90s on our run, but it's not impossible. I think I did actually pick this time of the day with a, I think a vague hope that we would encounter a Class 90 along the way. The Freightliner service there certainly got a 66 at the helm. I mean, this is ultimately the problem with it doesn't matter where the routes start and end. There's always another variation. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think our Australian friend was talking about Train Sim World 2030, but you can imagine in a few years' time, or at some point, then we're not going to be talking about one route. It's hopefully going to be, this is the whole of the UK, and then you can do any route, any service, any possibility. But crikey, that takes some work to do, creating the timetable for that. Seems to me, I mean, I mentioned like the feature about like Primrose Hill, the Camden Roundhouse. Let's get it right. I remember that being mentioned. Not too many people have kind of talked about how good the scenery is on this part of the route. You know, we've heard a lot of people criticising the optimisation stuff, but I think if this has been done by Rivet Games, I'm sure that was the suggestion, but not too many people have kind of pointed out just how good the scenery is on this route. Yeah, I'm sure Pete would agree with you on that. Nothing wrong in driving EMUs. It's something a bit different. I mean, whether we are ever going to get the 730, I don't know. It all really depends on if Dovetail Games are making any progress with LNWR on the license or not, I guess, apart from anything else. I mean, in theory, it wouldn't stop them producing another unit, but it'd help a lot more with collaboration, I suppose. Yeah, is he the one that did? I mean, I haven't actually installed it or anything, but is he the one that's done the that? I think it was the LIRR American route. Pointy front end and have first class dining. Yeah, that always used to be a thing. Again, it's before my time really, but people talk about I think it was the Clacton units, the 309s, who certainly had a buffet car, and I'm sure there's something about something along the lines of hot buttered toast used to be a thing on some of the breakfast trains in the 70s. Oh, excellent, Tassie, yeah. Yeah, well, there's so many talented people, isn't there, in the community that do such a lot working so hard, and I mean that's what keeps the game so entertaining, because we keep getting all these brilliant mods, and I mean the timetable that came with this route with the 805 was pretty good, but really this is the daddy of all timetables. So we should get announcements when we're approaching Watford Junction, I think. Kind of varies a bit on the way it works, and Josh would probably explain it better than I can, but right, I'm trying to be a bit cute here, because we've got Bushy coming up, and the speed limit's actually at the platform, so I'm trying to not slow down too quickly. Okay, you might struggle a bit for that with an EMU. Okay, it was at the start of the station. I should have got that right. That was the marker for the 75. I always feel the brakes on this thing are just all over the place. I mean, they're really good, but when you haven't got notched braking, then you kind of you're slightly more stuck. Ah, okay, yeah, he did the London commuter timetable mod, did he?
We are now approaching Watford Junction. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
Yeah, so in other words then, is that the chap that did the that Czech train sim community? Because he's done some amazing things. He was the one who produced the he's the same one, isn't he, that introduced the Brighton Thameslink services onto London commuter.
This is Watford Junction. Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Milton Keynes Central. The next stop will be Hemel Hempstead.
I quite liked how she said that. Watford Junction. The next station will be Hemel Hempstead, and she said those quite definitively, actually. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Right, hang on. Right button. Yes, it's it's Czech. It is the Czech. Again, a source of great
Welcome
things.
aboard this London North Western Railway service to Milton Keynes Central. We'll be calling at Hemel Hempstead, Berkhamsted, Leighton Buzzard, Bletchley, and Milton Keynes Central.
Excellent. So we've got a full announcement there. It's weird how the
Please
gate.
familiarise yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
We couldn't get the full announcement at the very start at Euston, but again, there's little kind of like bugs, I think, with the announcements
If you see
slightly.
something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it? Say it. Sorted.
Right, so we're still on the slow lines, so that seems as though that'll carry on now, I presume, for the remainder of the journey now. Yeah, he created. He had an invisible wall remover, I seem to remember, where he got rid of some of the barriers in the game. So he was kind of the first, really, to improve on stuff like that. Because some of the places that you can't go to are just a bit silly. Right, MIA. I was trying to think what that stands for. Missing in action, isn't it? Yeah. I was trying to think. Manchester International Airport, maybe? Yeah, missing in action. I missed the thing that Andrew said. You're not cute according to my sources. Right, okay. And again, I'm not quite so familiar with the stopping patterns on these services, so yeah, there's a load of stuff. I think that I don't know whether he's up to. He is a 90. Waited patiently in the bay. And another 350 going southbound to boot. And then we've got a class 390 about to overtake us as well. Wow. Yeah, now it's won the race. I wouldn't even come out for food. Yeah, I like it. That reminds me of the time many years ago now, but before Microsoft Train Simulator, something came out, Cab View Driver, and I've mentioned it before, but I remember both me and my brother were like playing it virtually the whole weekend, and we did nothing else. Yeah, it is. It's lovely, really lovely. I mean, I think the thing is, you can't really do anything about the middle connecting door because they're designed to be 4 and 8 carriages at the end of the day, aren't they? So that's you're kind of stuck with that one, I think. And you get a reasonable view from the cab, to be fair. You know, it's not as good as like when we did the 66 earlier on, but you get a pretty good view. And that's the thing for me. I mean, you know, you think with like Train Sim Classic and all the effort that people have put in for do one scenario, but to do all this, you know, with a full 24-hour timetable is just absolutely incredible. Yeah, certainly did. There was a chap, I downloaded it originally, BVE, as it was, as a Japanese train simulator, and then a chap called Anthony Bowden did the Cross City line, and he never quite did the other end, but he certainly did Redditch into Birmingham New Street. And I mean, some of the sounds on that actually, but I think about stopping Hunter. No, it should be all right, I think. Maybe we're coming in a bit hot. Nah, it'll be all right.
Approaching Hemel Hempstead. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
We've now got standing passengers who have just all fallen over. Okay, I'm stopping on the 8-car marker really rather than the 4-car, but never mind.
This is Hemel Hempstead. Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Milton Keynes Central. The next stop will be Erkhamsted.
Yeah, they had chassis couple up with maximum visibility. Yes, I do remember that thing in the Transport Museum. Yeah, I'd have been quite happy to have stayed on it for hours as well.
Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Milton Keynes Central. We'll be calling at Erkhamsted, Leighton Buzzard, Bletchley and Milton Keynes Central.
Yeah, it was pretty good, BVE.
Familiarise yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
Right, have they done the announcements now? But yeah, BV was pretty good. I think.
If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it? Say it. Sorted.
I think I say that it was a chap called Anthony Bowden, and I can't remember. He was doing. I think he actually did Watford Junction to Milton Keynes, but he was incredibly detailed for its time, and he really majored on getting the catenary absolutely spot on. The sounds were actually in some ways even better than you got on TSW and Train Sim Classic. They were really, really good. So yeah, I've definitely got fond memories of BVE, and there were some other. I mean, there were some good tube routes as well that were brought out in varying levels of detail, but it was always slightly stuck because you had you had trains coming past you, but they were a little bit static. mean, the weird thing is, I mean, where are we now? It's 20 past 8 at night, and I'm going to have to think about putting the lights on in here, because it's suddenly getting a bit dark. But it's, until then, it's been amazingly light.
We are now approaching Berkhamsted. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
Yeah, we're all right. Again, I was slightly worried time braking wise, but we're okay. Let's see if we can spot where this pesky 4-trap marker is at. See it, there it is on the left.
This is Berkhamsted. Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Milton Keynes. The next stop will be Leighton Buzzard.
Yeah, I'll just get let's get the lights on so I can see what I'm doing now in here. It's getting a bit dark. That's it. Right, we can go actually, can't we? We're okay. We've got 12 miles now to go to Leighton Buzzard.
Leighton Buzzard, Bletchley, and Milton Keynes Central.
I seem to remember as well, there were
Please familiarise yourself with the safe.
No, my GSMR's gone off again.
If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it? Say it. Sorted.
There we are, we're back again. Yeah, I seem to remember that when Josh added the these 350s from Birmingham Crew to the route, I think I'm right in saying that there was a couple of stations missing, but I've got a feeling Berkhamsted was one of them, so I think he was waiting for them to update it with Crew Birmingham or something like that, or there was files missing, so I don't know whether that's been sorted, or mind you, one of the stations was Wembley Central, I seem to remember, so I don't know 100% certain. But yeah, it's shaping up to be an interesting contest anyway. And there wasn't much in it after the previous round, and then of course for the final round we're back onto West Coast Main Line over Shap, so we're getting Preston to Carlisle in the Voyager, so that'll keep us occupied. Absolutely, that's right. All in the interests of fairness. Yeah, I like that. But yeah, 100% could say without any shadow of doubt that when we're able to do linked up services in the later in the summer, then we'll definitely be doing Euston to Crewe and back with the 350. We'll be doing extended freight runs. We'll be doing all sorts of stuff. The Evero services, the Pendolino services as well. I wonder if we'll get any announcements on Crewe to Preston this coming week, because I can't help thinking that it's really, really close, and it might only be a week or two away from hopefully us getting that preview stream and then actually getting our hands on it, which is going to be really good. Yeah, damn sight higher than mine, Scooby, but you'll know that. You've seen my driving over the last couple of years. Yeah, it does, Dom. Yeah, definitely. And the other thing we've got to look forward to as well is they did drop a tease in the last update when they were talking about the Richmond extension. They did say that Johannes has been working on something else as well. So they hope to be announcing that quite soon. So that will be interesting. I mean, we're all kind of making the assumption and thinking it's going to be something else London related, because he seems to be particularly interested in the London train scenes, and why wouldn't you be? But that's going to be interesting. So it'd be lovely if we could get some news of that in the next few weeks, but time will tell on that. All right, there you go. I mean, that might just be in terms of the amount of playability. Oh yes, of course, to Derby line, yeah, and that definitely, I think there's no chance that'll be a day one purchase. Possibility I might buy it in the sale, but I just can't see me being overly excited about that. And I think it's a one-man team though that's been doing that, and I think I'm right in saying he trades under the name of Union something or other. Is it Union Workshop, something like that? And I think he was responsible for producing the Train Sim Classic to Tokyo DLC with the commuter thing, which I've been half tempted to buy, but I've never got round to buying that. Actually, that'd be one to maybe pick up in the sale at some point. Yeah, and I've said before, but the one thing I'm definitely guilty of, and I'll certainly hold my hands up and say that I just, you know, I buy a lot of this stuff, but I don't always get full value out of them. Yeah, it would be great if we could get it merged. I mean, whether it'll happen, even a kind of a workable, proper route hopping would be great. I mean, if they could get rid of those silly symbols, and kind of what we really need is you to be able to maybe get off the train, press, I don't know, H or something like it for route hopping or whatever they come up with, and it jumps straight to it.
Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
Kind of remember when these 4-car units, where the 4-car marker is, it's never going to be at the end of the platform. Although, well, I'll say it's never, it will be sometimes. In this case, I think it is, because that's where the stop, where the staircase is there. Yeah, there's just one stop car marker at Leighton Buzzard, isn't there?
This is Leighton Buzzard. Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Milton Keynes Central. The next stop will be Bletchley.
Yeah, it would be good. It would be good if it could work it, and I mean, like we've already demonstrated tonight. You know, the game might dump on you, and that's kind of the issue, isn't it? So you don't want to be doing, I think it's 158 miles between Euston and Crewe, and you don't want to be going all that way only to get to approaching sort of the, you know, south of Crewe, and then the game just dumps on you. Oh, no worries at all, Josh. We're just enjoying the stopping run. We're at Leighton Buzzard. Yeah, no, I was just commenting actually, Josh. Yeah, that would be amazing, days. I was just saying. I mean, all the stations on this run are in the announcements in cab. I remember there was a couple that were missing, wasn't there? Is that still the case? I remember like Wembley Central and something else, but I think I'm right in saying you said that all aboard studios were kind of onto that.
Welcome aboard this London North Western Railway service to Milton Keynes Central. We'll be calling at Bletchley and Milton Keynes Central.
Wow. Most passenger services done.
Please familiarise yourself with the safety notices displayed throughout the train.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, excellent, Josh. Yeah, I did wonder with this service because I wasn't sure about Berkhamsted, for example, and so that's great news. Then that makes it even more playable. Yeah, it's so good to see, and I'm sure there's so many other possibilities as well. It'd be nice at some point if we could have that. I mean, it's not even out yet, but you know, particularly like Crew to Preston, it'd be nice if somebody ends up doing a 2019 timetable for it. And then I think you've said before, I think that there is that ultimate dream and hope that there's going to be a kind of a full 2019 timetable between Euston and Carlisle. We're still wondering whether anybody will take on doing Carlisle to Glasgow as well, and then we'll have the full something like 400 miles into between Euston and Glasgow Central. So it'd be good if that was put in eventually. Yeah, it could be. That's what we're on next, actually, with the Voyager. So it might be kind of in his ballpark. And then again, if he works with the chap who's done the I don't think he's done it, has he? Somebody else who's done the scenery mod. Then that'll be again a good little collaboration. I just thought that was amazing, really, and the fact that, you know, you've got the old Morecambe how it used to be, and then suddenly, okay, I know it's only a single platform, but just to bring it up to how it is today is incredible. Yeah, that would be fantastic. Well, I suppose with that, you've just got to remember, I can't remember what year it was electrified, but I mean, I'm looking forward to finishing off that Euston to Blackpool, even, you know, with scenarios. So it'd be good to start off with the 86 as far as Preston, and then switch over to the a Class 47 at Preston for the final run. Yes, that was it, Rob S. Yes. But, you know, it's silly little things like that, and you know, suddenly you'd not got Traveller's Fare buffets, and you got Costa Coffee and putting in there.
Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
I mean, some people will kind of argue and say, well, yeah, but it's not 100% right because the scenery, you know, wouldn't be exactly the same, the track layout wouldn't be the same. But I think sometimes you have to achieve some sort of compromise. It's difficult to be 100% accurate and perfect in every respect when you've got a route that was built in a different era.
is Bletchley. Welcome aboard this London North-Western Railway service to Milton Keynes Central. The next stop will be Milton Keynes Central.
Yeah, I think stuff like that is amazing, and I think it's nice as well. I mean, that just came completely out of the blue. We did the bank holiday. Well, it was Easter, wasn't it? We did the Easter stream on the Sunday, and then suddenly on the Monday, I spotted it had popped up, and thought, wow, let's have a look at this. Let's get to Morecambe. Yeah, but I mean, weirdly, I had to look at Google Earth because I've never actually been to either the old or the new Morecambe station. I've been to Morecambe in my life, so.
Welcome aboard this London North-Western Railway service to Milton Keynes Central. We'll be calling at Milton Keynes Central only.
But when I looked at the outside view on Google Earth, it looked as though it's slightly more open. They might have put a bit too many trees in on one side, but that might have been for some specific reason to disguise. I don't know if it was to disguise track or something, maybe, I don't know, but it was pretty accurate. Yeah, he's started something with that, hasn't he? Without doubt, what he did there. That was something. I don't know. There might be other routes, kind of non-English ones, where it's been done, but it's the first time I've seen modding to that extent. But it's incredible what people manage to get done. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think from what you read, I think some of the stuff that Beeching closed was right to close because it was just uneconomic. I mean, I think they were slightly too aggressive with it, but it was kind of like inevitable, really. That some routes would close, but there was also some that, kind of looking back in hindsight, was a bad decision to close. Right, Brian is first in with 16052. Where are you? Third line down on my list. So 16052. Yeah, I mean, again, playing devil's advocate. I think some of the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of emotion that went into it because obviously there was a lot of jobs that were lost, and people had a lot of nostalgia. But some of the people that had all the nostalgia about some of these routes probably hadn't actually driven on them for years and years as well, so you couldn't kind of have it both ways. Some of it was a bit flawed. I think you kind of felt they did it a little bit with an agenda. But I think some of these ideas were feather were okay. I think some of these ideas were absolutely spot on. And he kind of set the trailblazing way for the modern railway. I mean, nobody could have anticipated that, you know, sort of the roads would get as clogged up as they had, I guess. Yeah, so I believe, I know my sister's, I think she said she's eating breakfast there, at the original Morecambe station. So it's great that we got the building in there, I think.
are now approaching Milton Keynes Central. Please mind the gap when leaving the train and step onto the platform before removing heavy luggage and pushchairs.
Now this was I don't know if we're coming into the terminus. There is one platform here, I'm sure, where there's a terminus platform, and I recall making a right old hash of it the first time because it came on me rather quick. Or was that? No, I think it was Milton Keynes. That was one of the early streams where I came in and hit the buffer stops at speed, but I think with this one, I think we're through platform anyway. Yeah, we've judged it all right. Nice gentle break into the end of the platform. Not like me, I know. Oh, okay, yeah. I remember doing one early on in the stream once. That's knowledge for you, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's the 0553 2 kilo 02. Yeah, very good. But yeah, so again, fabulous timetable, which we've always enjoyed. So still got some points knocked off for speeding, a tiny bit, 97.5. So 16,190 from me. So yeah, nice to do it. Ages since I've done a 350 run. So, and I think with the enhanced one from All Aboard Studios from Crew Birmingham just makes it really interesting. Ah, right, do they really? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think we all love it, and the fact that it's been updated yet again is outstanding, and that you keep working on it. You keep chipping away. 16,300 from Amaze Taze, so that's the best score so far. 16,273 from Andy, which is right up there. And I think to answer your question, Andrew, we'll find out in a minute when we go back to the scoreboard. Yeah, I think we're always I say we always happy to promote it on the stream, and I think there's nobody that has kind of said, "Oh, that timetable's a bit rubbish," because it's absolutely incredible, and I think everybody absolutely loves it. So I'll start putting some scores on the board. Yeah, let's start putting in what we've got so far. So so we need a where are we? We need a new round 4. So Maze Taze was 16,300. So you can see that Dominic's winning just about at the moment. Andy was 16,052. Dom was 16.273. And I was 16.190. So I think those are the ones so far. So we're waiting on one or two more, I think. Amaze Taser's at the head of the field at the moment. Right, couple more then. So Dom is 16.311. And Rachel was 16.373. So I think that tops things, yeah. Scooby, Josh, we want more, we want more, we want more, we want more. No pressure. Very good. So just waiting on Azza, I think. Brian, aren't we? Yeah, as well. So right, Rachel was 16.373. Right, I'm confusing myself now. I think I've made a bit of a hash of these. Where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Dom was 16.311, wasn't it? Let me just go back. Where are we? Yeah, Dom was 16.311. Yes, I got that right now. You were 16.273. Brian was 16.052. Yeah, I thought I got those wrong. Yeah. Yeah, Brian was 16.052. And then Andy was Andy was 16.273. Brian, you've got them wrong again. Yeah, absolutely. Brian was 16.05. Yeah, I forgot what Andy's score was now. Hang on. Let me go back again. Yeah, 16.273 for Andy. So I think that is now finally all right. Oh, you're right, mate, Scooby. Yeah, definitely right. You're definitely right. Had a bit on, nobody will notice. That's what I always say. Right, so wow, that is close at the moment. I mean, Azza's score. Well, I mean, when you talk about 16,000 points, it's going to make quite a difference. So at the moment, Rachel's got a lead by 39 points, and then Amaze Taze is only 13 points behind Dom. So very, very close. And Andy's not too far away as well. So it's shaping up to be really, really tight and competitive, I think. So Azza's just left Bletchley. So what I might do is we'll crack on. We'll load the final run up, and then I can update as we get going. All right, Azza is in 16289. Yeah, thank you very much for that. So we'll put that in because that could be quite interesting. Wait a minute, where's my scoreboard gone again? There it is. So 16289 for Azza. So at the moment you're in 7th place, and that projects you up to 4th place. And as you see, there's not much difference. I mean, even in 4th place, you are 74 points behind Rachel. So it's very, very interesting going into the final round. Well, I don't know, Andrew. It's all to play for. This is really, really tight and close. So we're going to head up the further up the West Coast main line now. We're going to move on to Preston and then take a Virgin Voyager on a Glasgow Central service to Carlisle. Oh, just read, Josh. Right, you posted a screenshot in TS Community Discord yesterday. The next timetable in progress in the editor's Scooby. Got some interesting guesses. Oh, Scooby will be able to work it out what it is. Right, so we need Preston Carlisle. So 2019. So we're driving. I mean, technically it's a 221, but of course in reality it's a 220 because there isn't a 221 in the game. So this is 9 Sierra 77, I do believe. So 1650. Tell you what, if we ever grow to huge numbers, we'll be having supporters clubs for each of the main competitors. So I don't know how many stops we've got. I don't know if we're stopping at Penrith and Oxenholme on this, but we'll find out in a minute. Right, vigilance normal. And again, we should have enhancements on this. Oh, okay, Azzy, yeah, that's fine. Well, I suppose if the game's going to crash, then it's the right time for it to crash on, which is that is good. So we're due off at 16:52. Should we get sponsored by William Hill? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's right. There could be a betting market underway. Yeah, so I'm sure the announcement thing will kick in at some point, but I don't know whether it might just announce when we're around at the stations. But we're stopping at Lancaster, Oxenholme, Penrith, Carlisle, so it is a full-on run actually, just over an hour. So again, we've got these modern displays now, which is incredible. I'm sure there are a few variations. Now this was, I think along here was Traveller's Fair, but again it's all been filled in. And then you've got, oh no, this was Traveller's Fair, so they've still got the red there, you couldn't do anything about that. But we've got, there you go, Costa Coffee. Ah, that's good as well. Wow. Ah, that's quality, that. That is quality. I thought, well, they probably just filled in the display, but to put in a display to mark Costa's great. Yes, I think the compromise with this is that's actually a Blackpool North service, but of course you couldn't obviously drive it to Blackpool North because there's no overhead light. But they've kind of got the right trains in for the right services. Did he really? Wow. Now that's fame for you. Talk about name dropping. Where's Dawson? No, he was funny, wasn't he? I did like Les Dawson. Yeah, there seems to have been, I mean, in a way, I mean, we know that, I think DTG said that they were reluctant to do underground routes again, but in a kind of a way, it's irrelevant because DTG aren't really producing the routes anymore. So, you know, if a third party wanted to come along, as long as they've still got they seem to be well blessed with the underground and the TfL license, then and I think like we said a million times before, the Met line would be wonderful for Train Sim World, and the District line would be really good, and you could probably just about get away with the Piccadilly line if you had the older version. It'd be nice to see a little bit more attention paid to the like the approach control signals, because it was a bit basic with Bakerloo. Yeah, I think so, and District line, because it's like it's like you're an English country branch line rather than being part of the tube. Yeah, absolutely. some of the stations are quite lovely. And it's still the daddy of all routes. Well, say daddy of all, but one of the great routes for Train Sim Classic, the Met Line, and Just Trains did a fabulous job with that. Yeah, well, you kind of have, but you don't want any tube route that's not that's ATO. I mean, even the Piccadilly line is not ATO until the new trains come in, or have they started running them yet? But obviously you'd have to get the older stock in, the whatever they were, 72, 73 stock. But I think you know, sort of top of the list would have to be the Met Line or the District Line, and you've kind of got more interesting stations. Yeah, that'd be a good shout. I mean, actually, if we do get the Great Eastern Main Line at some point, then Romford to Upminster would be quite decent in its own right, really. I just hope that if we do, say, get Liverpool Street to Ipswich, that it's not just the main line. It'd be nice if we got at least one of the branches. Right, Les Dawson. Would have been about 1977. He lived in Lytham, changed at Preston after coming up from London after filming his TV shows. We spotted him and asked for an autograph. Ah, fantastic. Yeah, it's lovely to find, you know, that one of your heroes is just as lovely in real life as they come across on screen. Must have been amazing. I mean, we know, I mean, the obvious contenders for doing that route are Just Trains, but I think the Just Trains response was something along the lines of, well, it was a complete nightmare getting it done for Train Sim Classic. You know, there's no way we want to do it all over again for Train Sim World, but you can never say never, and there's nothing stopping somebody else from actually doing it. But it still would be quite a monumental job to do, really, the Met Line. Yes, long route. I like it. It's a bit like you've got the what is it, Marks Tay to Sudbury branch as well, if you're coming down from Ipswich. Yeah, I kind of hope so, and I think we've gradually improved on that a little bit. I mean, I think Great Western Express, when that came out, you can kind of, it was a bit disappointing that it was just an end-to-end route, but it was the first mainline UK route to come out for TSW, so you can kind of excuse that in a way. There you go, Andrew. speaking of, okay, it's not underground, but with overground lines, PTG Rails also, with his comeback, he's I noticed earlier on he's posted a video of the Goblin line now, and that's one good video to kind of learn how to do it hoodless. So might be worth having a look at that actually. Les Dawson with a diamond, it was winter. He said something like, "Sod this, lads, get in cafe and we'll have a brew." That's great. Yeah, it's a good horn on this one. Yeah, definitely. There would. Right, okay, Upminster to South Ockenden and to Grays. And obviously for complete realism, I mean, some people will say we can't do the enhanced speeds. Mind you, having said that, you can't tilt with this thing anyway, so it's probably actually accurate that this would be 110, although for the era, would it still have been tilting the 221? Because I'm pretty sure they disabled it at some point. Right, you brought up in South Ockenden, that's why. Where I spent interesting, very interesting. I think that's the thing. It's I think we're always chuffed to bits when that's a proper northern expression, chuffed to bits. I think we're always delighted when an area that you're familiar with is replicated in the game. Right, Tilbury. Yeah, didn't they used to that LT when they called it the LTS line and that, wasn't it long before C2C came in? Wasn't it called the Misery line or something? Because they always used like clapped out old units, and then whenever the time came around to replace them, they brought in another slightly less clapped out unit. There are some fantastic and interesting routes in and around London, whether it's kind of overground, whether it's C2C, whether, you know, you're into the southwestern network. There's just a multitude of different things. Right, double yellow, so we are getting closer to Lancaster, aren't we? So I presume that's the approach control. Kind of forgotten what the brakes are like on this thing. Yeah, we always got someone's cast-offs. Yeah, it's funny how that process has happened down the years. It is interesting. Looking forward to a short sampler journey in the refurbished Voyager. The toilet smells don't render me unconscious. That would be a good start. Yeah, I would absolutely love to have an overhead line. first gen EMU in the game, because that's something that's massively missing. And for that matter, in TSW, we've never even had a slam door EMU either. So both of those would be excellent. No, I've got to be thinking. No, we're all right. We're already on. We've already got the feather. It's approach control, isn't it? Yeah, always the same with the Voyager. They always had a very distinctive smell, and I think it's just some.
We are now approaching Lancaster.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
Now, can we get the 15 in before we get there? Oh yes, time that to perfection. I've still yet to buy the Armstrong Powerhouse enhancement pack as well, because I kind of hated driving it on Train Sim Classic. It just wasn't a fun experience, but that's definitely changed all that. Yeah, and that's also why it's kind of like modelable. I mean, I think we more or less give up hope that that chap Scott Broadwood will ever bring out the one for Train Sim Classic. That's just never going to happen. But if we could get it into Train Sim World, it would be excellent. See, that's even a new marker as well. That's something I didn't realise was in there. See, that was not in the game before. That's all part of the scenery mod. Looks like one of my stops. Yeah, so we are the oh no, that's the Morecambe service, yeah, calling it Bear Lane. So it's got Lancaster on at the front, but it's not due off until oh, it's not due off for ages yet. Oh, it says we're late. Yeah, it was only ever usable on this section of the line, really, wasn't it? I think the tilting. And of course, nowadays Voyagers don't operate on this section at all. They're all Avanti West Coast, aren't they? Or Transpennine, I think, replaced some of the services as well. I've got a feeling, I've got a vague memory of going to Edinburgh for the day with me dad, and I can't remember, did my mum go? My sister might have gone, I think, as well, but we that was after Dad was in his wheelchair. So I remember us going to. I remember him putting him in the the disabled section in the Voyager. They was still under Virgin running at the time. Such a distinctive sound as they're powering up. That could only be a Voyager. Yeah, they're still very much in operation, and they're in extensive use on the cross-country network. It was just the Avanti. Well, what they were used by Avanti after Virgin went on the North Wales coast services, but of course those are now Evero. That's just outside Lancaster. That's crossing over the River Lune. I thought that was the Middle and Main Line ones, Scooby, the Meridians. There's still plenty of Voyagers around on cross country, and as far as I know, they'll be still around for some time to come. That's why they're kind of getting a bit of a refurb at the moment. Yeah, it's very authentic. I mean, the sounds. I mean, DTG did say when the route was released that they couldn't get authentic sounds, and we were all thinking, oh no, the sound's going to be awful. But they did manage to record it from, was it a German unit, but which basically got very, very similar engine. However, what happened then was we got a mod on Trade Sim Community as well, which kind of, made it even more better. Still be running after we're long gone, yeah, possibly. Yeah, Lumo got some, yeah. Yeah, I quite like. Oh, that was an interesting one. I quite like driving the Evero myself in the game. Ah, okay, so you did actually drive them on cross country, did you? Right, okay, I didn't realise. I kind of forgotten that they would still have been around before you retired. The biggest problem when they were introduced by Virgin was the fact that you kind of got 4-car trains replacing longer trains, so they were absolutely always rammed to capacity, and so the theory was they kind of were introducing, sort of more frequent services, but they were still rammed, and it wasn't until they kind of started to run as 8-car sets that that kind of steadied things out. Oh yes, Grand Central, yeah. That's one of my favourite liveries, to be honest. Right. Right. Okay. That's when you retired. Yeah, I remember them very much on the being Brighton bound. Well, remember as well. Again, kind of pre Voyager's introduction. I remember them being sort of Class 47s being on the Brighton services. I know, it's like a day's work in its own right, I think. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, it was a concept that didn't work, the 4-car units, and people were immensely displeased. And I mean, you mentioned about the toilets as well, but I think there was something like intrinsically messed up as well with the design, and I think they were immediately going to be a problem, sort of design wise. I mean, now you often see them running as sort of 9 cars, don't you? Sometimes like 5 and 4 cars. I presume this is just an 8 car, isn't it? 'Cause 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, it might be. I couldn't quite count them properly, but might be 9 car. Now this is one of those runs where it's going to be dead easy to miss your stops at Oxenholme and Penrith, so we'll have to be careful on that. Yeah, and bear in mind, a Voyager's as long as you can get, and you know, okay, but they don't run it now, but you used to have the Aberdeen to Penzance service. Ah, right, that's what you did, were you? Entertainment coordinator for care homes. Oh, that sounds interesting. Now, if I could retire tomorrow, I would do. that is a given. And I'd have plenty to do and interests that would keep me going. You know, not least with all this stuff. Yeah, no, that is great. I was thinking that, and you know, speeding by a little bit, so it was a bit difficult to count, but that would be accurate. I've noticed at Stoke Voyager services coming in, and they're usually they are made up of 9 cars. Yeah, that's what it was called, wasn't it? Yeah, I do remember that, Brian. Yeah, Operation Princess. Yeah, meant to be a high-frequency timetable with shorter sets, but it really messed up when they got to New Street. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it just didn't work as a concept. You know, it's fine in theory. amazing now you get this section of the line where it's pretty, but it's average sort of Cumbria English countryside, and then within a few miles we're going through the heart of the Lake District, and absolutely stunning. We don't have to worry about neutral sections with this train. I mean, of course, the Transpennine ones now, with the 397s, operate from Manchester Airport and go to Glasgow. But of course, that's fully electrified now. The section obviously goes via Bolton. Never quite remember what the brakes are like on this thing. Again, you kind of forget with these different trains. It takes a bit of getting the hang of, and when you haven't driven them for a while. Yeah, this was the thing, yeah. And when you've got those distances as well, it's kind of like, it's an impossibility. And, you know, obviously not all the services are Aberdeen to Penzance, but they're still covering huge distances. You know, Edinburgh to Penzance, for example. So there's going to be some bottleneck somewhere, and of course with all that, yeah, you've got your freight trains, but you've also got Birmingham New Street, you've got Bristol Temple Meads. Slightly late by the looks of things. The one thing I have to say, I actually do, I mean, this is of course the Virgin colours, but I do quite like the livery of Cross Country. I think it's quite a nice, neat livery. That says Oxenholme on the front, but of course that's going off to Windermere, isn't it? I think all the tracks actually in place and laid out as far as Windermere as well, but I think they just deemed that they haven't got the time to put this branch in. That would have been quite nice. This would be a nice little bonus to add in with the 108. Go backwards for a minute, but we are on a bit of a steep climb. sometimes feel as though there's like a bias, and you know, I don't know whether that was always a thing with signalmen, but it must have happened. Yeah, that's it. Well, I think the problem is, I think the track's in place. Same with the Haitian branch, actually, isn't it, on Blackpool branches? But the trouble is, the scenery just runs out after a few hundred yards, I think. So, but it'd be a nice little side project. Again, I don't know whether that's within the realms of something that modders could do. I suppose it depends how visible the track is, really, but if that could be done, that would be lovely. So it would be a nice little bonus to have in if the 108 was, when the 108's done for the Cumbrian coast. But yeah, that's definitely would be something worth doing at some point. So we've got an 85 coming up. We'll try and not end the stream with a spad this week after last week. So this is probably the most interesting section of the route scenically. You follow ships as a secondary hobby. Passenger ships always get priority unless they are delayed, then they would lose their passage slot. Yeah, well, it makes sense, doesn't it? And again, I'm sure, you know, you probably understand a lot more about it than I would, but yeah, again, a big complex operation, and you know, that's been talked about every day now on the news because of the you know, the Strait of Hormuz and everything. But again, quite interesting. And it does, I never thought to change it, but we do default to June for this timetable for some reason. So we are operating it in the middle of summer, which kind of makes it look at its absolute stunning best. And this is why the APT was built as a concept, because it's kind of this section around here, around through Shap and Beatop further on after Carlisle, but it's so twisty and turny. So much of the route between Preston and Carlisle, it's just a world apart from the run down to between Euston and Crewe, for example. Ah, right, excellent, yeah. Yeah, you did change it to April then, right, okay. Ah, okay, yeah, you dealt with coordinated ships for passage. Ah, that is interesting. Subject I know absolutely zero about, really. See the mountains in the background though, it's just such a wonderful sight. One of the few routes that I ever want to do that show this outside view, because it's just so spectacularly beautiful. And I know I've said it every time I run it, so I'm kind of repeating myself infinitum as I often do, as you know. Yeah, you get the feeling here of a summer's evening. Absolutely gorgeous. But it's like chess, we use VHF live link. We talk to other controllers, England and beyond. To be fair, it's not that hard, but you need your wits about. Yeah, I suppose it's a bit like air traffic control in a sense. Yeah, definitely. And I think as well, I think slightly, if you load up a sort of a Pendolino and it's non-stop between Preston and Carlisle, then you're kind of thinking that's quite a hike. But I think when you get these like stopping services where you are stopping at Oxenholme and Penrith, then you've got something to get excited about. You twist and turn like a twisty turny thing. Stephen Fry, Blackadder, yeah. Ah, brilliant, yeah. Peace and quiet, no rat race. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does sound good. Really does sound good. The M6 that we're alongside as well at the moment. The camera's going to lurch horribly in a second. Well, not too bad. Yeah, and imagine, thing is, you can't move a ship as quickly as you can a car or a train, can you really? Good film, The Rat Race, if anyone's seen it. Right, okay. No. I'm not. I'm the world's worst film buff, I have to say. I don't know. Absolutely, I know nothing about films, but yeah, a lot of these sayings and expressions sometimes, I wonder if that's where it come from, being in the rat race. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I think you're right there, Pete. Yeah, crave peace and quiet. It's now increasingly difficult to find it. I mean, the Lake District is a great point in being, isn't it? Because it's an absolutely stunning area, but it's really, really busy. That's why, you know, I think Andrew, 156 Andrew Shortbread Express was saying earlier on about the West Islands and him taking his girlfriend over to there, and now that is somewhere where it really is pretty quiet, and even even in busier times you could find, there's no house for about 50 miles. I'm sure you're not. Sure you're not, Josh. I mean, this is one of the few. Even the motorway journey travelling up to Scotland is quite lovely as you go through the this part of the M6 going up to Scotland. Then once you go over the border, it becomes the M74, I think, doesn't it, into Glasgow? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't really dream of getting the Lake District in the summer, beautiful as though it is, for that reason, because it's just too busy. Ah, okay, yeah. SUVs and caravans. Oi, Peter! I like that. That's very good. That made me smile. Ah, right, okay, Josh. Yeah, I mean, again, as I said, I'm not a great film fan by any stretch of the imagination, but anything with Rowan Atkinson in, I could probably bear that, actually. Right, okay. Oh, John Cleese was in as well, and Whoopi Goldberg, yeah. I mean, I think it was Peter who mentioned Blackadder, but I think it was basically because he got a bit of a slight stammer with pronouncing his B's. So Rowan Atkinson, when they made him like say Bob, was just amusing in its own right. Oh, there you go. So Scooby's seen it. Yeah, it just sound good. I see. Pete says, I didn't mention motorhomes though, did I? Now we're about to go through Shat Quarry, I think, here, aren't we? Where we started out on our freight run the other week. We're going to be going a slightly faster speed. Might have actually passed it thinking about it, because we're we're on the downhill bit now, aren't we? So I think we've passed Hardendale, haven't we? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I loved Blackadder. I mean, that sort of series, the World War one, I feel as though I've seen that last episode a million times, but it still kind of makes you quite tearful at the end when they kind of show the reality of it, which I think was absolutely incredible. Again, for a comedy, to have you you know, stop you from laughing and have you really, really poignant. Oh, very much so. Oh, good evening, Steve, as well. I think you've only just joined us. Hope you're well. Yeah, definitely. I mean, in theory, you almost think Mr. Bean should have been written just for children, but so funny. And, you know, for a part where he basically doesn't speak for the entire episode, but very, very visually clever. Baldrick, your brain is like the madman eating fish beast of Aberdeen. It doesn't exist. Yeah, brilliant. Oh, flying banana. Second time we've seen it in the stream today, but I think the other time was when we were going through a tunnel, so first time I've seen it in colour. Yeah, you probably find it's on YouTube somewhere. Great resource for all sorts of stuff. But yeah, great creation as well, and beautifully played as well. Baldrick's part in it. All right, excellent. You've got all 4 series. You know, I couldn't have... There's some kind of comedies where I can virtually tell you... I feel with Blackadder, and I think it's quite nice with some comedies that you kind of go back and revisit, but there's some that we've got like complete box sets and all that sort of stuff, but there's also ones that it's nice to just watch it occasionally when they're on. You're probably right, Rachel, which you know is kind of the crazy world we live in. But yeah, Mr. Bean was, and his kind of little escapades and stuff that he got up to were brilliant. You're sick of the flying banana. Seems to live its life in Bristol. Now then, Penrith 4 miles. Yeah, well, this is it, and I think John Cleese has made the point about the German episode, and you know, it's kind of like, oh, and he said, but that's the whole point. The fact is, Basil was prejudiced, and you kind of show in the episode the absurdity of the prejudice. So there's therefore nothing wrong with it. You don't have to cut it out, because at the end of the day, we live in a world where people are like that. Well, I was quite pleased to see it coming through. I don't know if I've ever showed it off on a video. I think I have, in advance of the crew routes coming out, but I think I saw it coming through Wolverhampton a couple of years ago. Camberwick Green is a no-no now, especially Windy Miller getting tired because of his homemade cider. Really? Hugh, Pew, Barley McGrew, Cuthbert, Dibble, Grub. We used to work with somebody called Grub as his surname, because I always used to joke to him that was the thing about that line. It was like, who on earth knows anybody called Grub? But yeah, I used to work with a Mr. Grub. Oh, it gets silly, doesn't it? It really does get silly sometimes. Some of these things. I feel as though, you know, it's my own personal view, but it's, you don't have to be upset by things. It's only if you choose to be upset. And, you know, I mean, we're all sensitive creatures, I guess, to an extent, but there has to be a balance somewhere, and there's nothing wrong in people having opinions. I used to love the sound of Windy Miller and his windmill. You know, it used to go something like it's about the best I can do at this time of the night, but it was quite funny. That was Trumpton, wasn't it? Yeah, fair enough. I always felt they were all the bloody same stuff though, really. Trumpton, Camberwick Green, it was all, wasn't there another one as well, but they were very, very similar. I think Trumpton was my favourite, but I enjoyed them all. I think the announcement person doesn't work at Penrith, or has fallen asleep briefly. Yeah, definitely right, definitely right. There's too much trouble and strife in this life to be particularly if you overshoot the station. Oops, never mind. Anyway, we still stopped at the station, who cares? Chigley, yes, that was the third one, wasn't it? They were all kind of clearly made by the same people and the same set of team, yeah. Chigley, Camberwick Green and Trumpton. Yeah, it kind of went the wrong way. Yeah, Bagpuss. Out of the used to have those programs about, I don't know what time they were. They're about 1:30 in the afternoon, weren't they? But Bagpuss was the one I never really enjoyed. I think, as I say, Trumpton I think was my favourite. I loved Ivor the Engine as well, and obviously always having an interest in trains. And it was so basic. It was like a piece of card going across the screen, but it was so, I don't know, it got a charm about it. And I think the only sound effects we had used to go shk, 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 shk. All right, Steve. Yeah, yeah. You see, as you'll have guessed with the name, with flower in the name, that I've had a lifetime of being referenced about the flower pot men, but slightly before my time. I think they were around when my sister was little. Oh yeah. Oh, now the Magic Roundabout has got the best theme tune that you'll ever hear, and absolutely, I love to hear that every so often. Makes me smile. And Rainbow as well. There's like a longer version of the. You kind of understand when you hear the longer version of the Rainbow theme why they cut it short when they did, because it's it suddenly doesn't sound like a kid's TV theme anymore. But yeah, Rainbow was fantastic. Yeah, some of it was very, very basic. And I think there's kind of like a fabled story about Rainbow, but I think you can probably watch it now. But there was like an adult version of it recorded, but all it was, a lot of the TV companies used to do like this Christmas video recording that they made available for staff only, but a lot of them have found their way onto YouTube now. So there's kind of like the one of Rainbow where they pretended to be a bit more adult. Oh yeah, absolutely. A Bungo, yeah, which I think is George was camp, but Zippy loved him. Yeah. All right, Jeff. Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, I love the Flintstones. Yeah. Magic Roundabout. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, that little blast of that theme tune, I mean, it only lasted 10-15 minutes, but it was so fun. 10-15 minutes, 10-15 seconds, but it was so fun to listen to. And I think they did a thing on the Mr. Men as well on TV a couple of weeks ago, and I think they're now written by Roger Hargreaves' son, actually. And again, you heard a little blast of the theme tune. I thought, I've not heard that, and I played the full version a few minutes later, and I was just amazed how much happier I felt listening to that. Oh yeah, yes indeed, yeah. Morph take off. That was absolutely brilliant. And Tony Hart was just so engrossing to watch. He would start off. He kind of had a dramatic way of doing his paintings, and he'd do bits of stuff, and he'd do it in such a ramshackle way, and it made it built up. But the whole thing, and yeah, the little Morph sketches were brilliant as well. A fantastic Dirty Zippy impression. Yeah, Animal Magic. Oh, crikey, O'Reilly. Yeah, again, slightly. I can kind of get the slight difference in the age groups. It tells you more about the age than anything. But yeah, slightly before my time, I think, Animal Magic. The thing as well, I mean, if you see Zoe Ball on the TV, then you know, people are totally oblivious about the fact that her father was a TV star long before she was around. What was it? Think of a number. Ah, right. Sent her a drawing to him once. Never got on TV. No, I suppose they got so many, but it was yeah, it was a wonderful program. That with Take Heart. Right, you remember the first ever Spider-Man cartoons? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Johnny Ball. Yeah, Fireball, XL5. I tell you what, we started to top it now, haven't we? Could probably carry on if we could get this train to Glasgow Central. We could probably continue this this chat into Glasgow. Again, slightly prior to my era, really, and also, like, you know, you think of, you know, like the 70s and so on, or the 80s, or whatever you're from, but it's like, what Blue Peter presenters do you remember from your time? Stingray, yes. I'm beginning to feel slightly younger now. There they were, weren't they? You can't beat that period growing up. Sapphire and Steel gave a few sleepless nights. Pokemon was childhood, as I was born in the early 90s, lol. Yeah, we moved away from food for once. Thunderbirds are go! Which is a very poor impression. Too young, unfortunately. Oh, yes. Oh, that's one of my favourite Fools and Horses, to Holland Back. There's so many great moments in that episode. Hull? As in thingy? And, of course, it's Rodney who says, yeah, Yorkshire. And also in that episode as well, they obviously had trouble navigating the way back. And when they finally arrived to talk to Boise, it was, you know, why are you so late? Well, we got lost coming back. But we found the Hull to Zeebrugge ferry, and we followed that. And that took you back to Hull? No, it took us to Zeebrugge. We were going the wrong bloody way. Captain Scarlet. Oi, mate, which way to Holland? It's over there. Yeah, that's right. And Nicholas Linder said they were talking to the people on the rig, and they said, yeah, that happens all the time. Actually, that is a thing. I think that's one of the. I think I'm right in saying that's one of the few Fools and Horses that doesn't have a laughter track on, and I think that's basically, they kind of said, because they struggled a bit editing wise, in terms of they didn't get a chance to show it in front of a studio audience. It was fantastic. Jolly Boys outing really encapsulated kind of that bank holiday feel, and I've forgotten the name of the woman in that scary guest house, but oh, there were so many great moments in that. I've never been to Margate, and probably Pete will say I'm not missing much, but I kind of feel as though I need to go there. 25,563. Yeah, cheers for that. But yeah, a very massive fan of comedies when we get the chance to watch them. Right, did it really? Yeah, used to be a good place. Yeah. And I quite like how, and again, kind of bringing it back to train stuff. But on Train Sim Classic, they've actually got the fun fair. It's right next to the station, isn't it? So it's been nicely done. The Bernbon brothers. They're a typo. What's it? I forgot what it's called. What's it called? The fun fair at Margate. Do you mean the Driscoll brothers? Or are you talking about Dreamland? Right, okay. Yeah. It always has me in stitches every time at Jolly Boys outing when they're having that argument at outside Margate Station, and of course they all disappear off in different directions, and then they show Trigger moving off and then arriving back at exactly where he was before. Oh, I see. Right, fair enough. Right, okay, got you.
We are now approaching Carlisle.
Please mind the gap between the train and the platform, and take care when stepping down from the train.
Oh, I did that 20 mile an hour by the absolute skin of my teeth. Right, I see, yeah. Oh, Trigger was an absolute star, wasn't he, Roger Lloyd Pack? And he says he always played it with the point of view of being as though it was kind of, you know, I'm intelligent, but everybody else is stupid. So he kind of played it seriously, which kind of made it really absolutely beautifully played. Right, gotcha, Andrew. Well, at least it keeps you interested. Well, it's a bit like that at Blackpool, isn't it? With the what's it called? I've never been on it, but the Grand National. Again, I think people say it's an absolute bone shaker, but people, I think it's still going though. Make sure we come into the stop here at Carlisle. Don't do what we did last week at Preston. Right, so we've got some scores in then. Dom is 25 620, so make a note of that. Dom 25 620, Rachel 25 609, so Dom with a slightly better score there, but good score from Andy as well. And Amaze Taze was 25 684, which is that's a good score as well. That's even better, isn't it? our AI driver carry on now to go through to there we are. Well, I've managed 25,442, but again, a bit of speeding. There wasn't much speeding, but there was enough to knock it down a bit. 25,442. Yeah, great score by the Maze Taze there. Which is about 75 points difference between Rachel and Maze Taze. That was a nice little run to end the stream though. Lovely scenery, and enjoyed the chat about sort of kid shows and what we can remember, and comedy as well. Funhouse with Pat Shop. Well, funnily enough, he still pops up on Heart 80s occasionally, and he doesn't regularly do the breakfast stint, but he does now and again. So again, kind of in his dotage slightly now. Right, so back to our scoreboard, and let's put in final scores for the night. So we'll kind of do this. Tell you what, let's do this in reverse order. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put my score in first at 25,442. So we'll add the round in, and then oh yeah, oh, I've taken the lead. Well, I don't think that'll be the case for very long. So we'll do it like that. So we'll put Brian's in next. Oh, we haven't got Brian's actually, have we? We'll put Andy's in next then. Andy was 25,563. So still got a couple to come. So Brian was sorry, Andy was 25,563. Amaze Taze was 25,684. So that puts him momentarily into the lead. Dominic was 25,620. And Rachel was 25,609. So I think that might well mean that Amaze Taze is the champion. So let's just go back to me chat again. Where are we now? Yeah, we did the champions run. That was the Class 66 one. Just as is just pulling into Carlisle now. So I think right. So Brian is 25,092. Thanks, Brian. And Azza is the last one to come in, but I think you'd have to come up with a really, really good score. So at the moment, it's 24-point victory from Amaze Taze Rachel, with Dominic pushed into third place. And I think with my no score on round 3, I might just do that one just so as I can actually see what I could come up with. Just unloading my passengers. Your PC crashed. Yeah, well, that's right. Just slightly delayed. Yeah, cheers, Scoob, for joining us. See you later. You're going to make a new HST power car livery. So we're just waiting on an answer score, and then we can complete the stream. But it's been another really, really nice stream. Yeah, thank you very much, calling myself now. Thank you very much, Scooby. As ever, enjoyed your company and your chat and your comments. Really appreciated, and it's been a nice stream. Really enjoyed it tonight, and another late one in terms of finishing. We've gone over the 5-hour mark. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's it. So 7. You lead the count by 7, and then Dom's on 4, and Amaze Taves is now on 2, and Azza is 25,489. So I'm sure you're well ahead of me in terms of the maths, but we'll put that into the mix. That pushes Azza up to 4th place, and me and Brian battling it out for the bottom places. So well done to Amaze Taze, well done to Rachel again, and to Dom. And it was really, really good, really competitive as ever, and very, very interesting. So we'll see you all next Sunday again. Dominic's going to catch up when Rachel's on holiday. Yeah, great stream, Pete. Yeah, thank you very much. Supper's ready. Enjoy your supper. Enjoy that bottle of wine, which I'm sure will go with it. And yeah, it was a good night. Again, really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Night, everybody. And yeah, you've got to go iron your suits. Right, okay. Yeah, I better make me sandwiches as well. And so thank you very much. We'll see you all next Sunday. I'll see what I can get up in terms of videos in the week. But until next week, next Sunday, from Powerflower, Trains and Planes, thank you as ever. Until next week, it is goodbye.